Part 2 of Modern Family x Hollywood. Let's go back to the moment Jack met Dakota. Mitchell and Cameron strolled along the winding path that curved around the edge of the park, hands linked loosely between them. The afternoon sun filtered through the trees in soft, dappled patches, and a light breeze carried the distant sound of children laughing on the swings. They had decided on a walk after brunch to burn off the extra pancakes Cameron had insisted on ordering, for research purposes, as he had put it. Mitchell adjusted his sunglasses and glanced sideways at Cameron. So, we've narrowed it down to either China or Vietnam, right? Because Ethiopia is still on the table, but the paperwork sounds daunting, Cameron finished for him, nodding seriously. I know. But think about it, Mitchell. A little girl running around our house, calling you, Daddy, and me, Poppy. Or maybe, Cam. We'll figure out the nickname later. Mitchell smiled despite himself. I like the sound of that. A lot. They rounded a bend near the playground, and Cameron slowed his step, squinting toward the swings. Wait a second, he said, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Is that Jack? Looks like it, Mitchell said. He must be meeting Haley here. Cute. Very high school rom-com. They both watched as Jack started walking deeper into the park, disappearing behind a cluster of trees. Cameron tugged Mitchell's arm gently. Come on, let's just peek for a second, to make sure Haley's okay. Mitchell gave him a look. Cam, just a peek. We're already here. It's practically our civic duty as concerned uncles. Mitchell sighed but let himself be pulled forward a few steps. They edged closer to the low hedge that bordered the playground, crouching just enough to stay out of sight while still having a clear view of the swings. And there she was, Dakota Fanning, sitting on one of the swings, phone in hand, smiling down at the screen. She looked up, spotted Jack, and her whole face lit up. She stood, brushed off her pink dress, and walked toward him with that easy, bright energy teenagers sometimes have when they're trying not to look too excited. Jack smiled back. They started talking, close enough that the conversation felt private. Comfortable. Cameron's jaw dropped. He clutched Mitchell's arm so tightly that Mitchell winced. Is that Dakota Fanning? Cameron hissed, voice rising half an octave. Don't tell me. Don't you dare tell me that Haley's boyfriend is secretly meeting Dakota Fanning in a park. Mitchell stared for a long second, processing. They work together. On that movie set. It's probably just friendly. Cameron turned to him slowly, eyebrows practically touching his hairline. Friends. Mitch. Look at her. She's wearing a cute pink dress. And she's smiling like she just won the lottery. And he's smiling back like he knows exactly why she's smiling. Something smells fishy. Very fishy. Mitchell sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Cam, we don't know that. They could be rehearsing lines. Or talking about ice cream. Or whatever normal people talk about. You're overreacting. Am I? Cameron gestured toward the swings with an open palm. Because from where I'm standing, that does not look like a casual, hey, co-star, let's discuss blocking, conversation. That looks like a date. A sneaky, under the radar, possibly cheating date. Mitchell rubbed his temple. We don't know that. They stayed crouched behind the bushes, silent for a moment, watching Jack and Dakota start walking together toward the park. Exit, chatting easily. Cameron straightened up slightly, brushing a leaf off his shoulder. He looked at Mitchell with unusual seriousness. I know sneaking around someone is bad. We can go our own way right now if that's what you want. Walk home, pretend we saw nothing, let the chips fall where they may. Mitchell nodded once. That would be the mature thing. But, Cameron continued, voice dropping, if Jack is cheating on Haley, don't you think it's our duty to find out? To protect her. Haley is family. She's your niece. If something is going on, and we just turned a blind eye because we didn't want to get involved, how would we live with ourselves? Mitchell looked back toward the path where Jack and Dakota had disappeared around a bend. He exhaled slowly. You're really going to make me be the bad guy here, aren't you? Cameron gave him a small, hopeful smile. I'm not making you do anything. I'm just saying, truth matters. And sometimes truth requires a little discreet observation. Mitchell glanced around to make sure no one was watching them hide behind a bush like amateur detectives. Discreet. Right. Because crouching in foliage is the very definition of discretion. Cameron already started moving, staying low. Come on. We can follow at a safe distance. Like professionals. We'll just gather facts without jumping to conclusions. I mean, I could be right and you could be wrong. ... Confession time. Cam and Mitchell sat side by side on their couch. Cam looked practically charged with energy, perched forward like he'd been waiting for permission to speak. Mitchell, by contrast, held himself together with careful calm. I just want to say, Cam began, lifting a hand as if delivering a public statement, I take no pleasure in being right. He paused. Okay, that's not true. I take a little pleasure. But only because my instincts are rarely wrong. He leaned forward, eyes bright. We saw Haley's boyfriend, Jake. Jack, Mitchell corrected quietly. Quote ... Jack. Whatever. Same strong jaw, different vowel. Cam waved it off and barreled on. We saw him in a park. With Dakota Fanning in a pink dress, smiling. If that's not the beginning of a teen rom-com betrayal montage, I don't know what is. Mitchell inhaled slowly. Or, he said, keeping his voice gentle, he was meeting a friend. Cam stared at him. A girl friend. Yes, Mitchell replied calmly. That is allowed. Mitch, please. Cam tilted his head, offended by the very idea. I have watched enough reality television to know that when a boy meets a famous actress in a secluded park, it's not to discuss geometry homework. They work together, Mitchell said. And sometimes, Mitchell continued patiently, when you work with someone, you become friends. Cam narrowed his eyes. Girlfriends. Mitchell smiled at him, unfazed. Yes, Cam. Girlfriends. All the drama rushed back into Cam's posture. All I'm saying is, Haley is young and vulnerable. She cannot handle a scandal. And all I'm saying, Mitchell replied, still perfectly even, is that Jack seems like a good person. Meeting someone doesn't mean they're dating. Or cheating. Or starring in a dramatic betrayal miniseries. Cam squinted at him. You're very calm about this. Because I trust him. Cam leaned back and folded his arms. Well, I trust my gut. Mitchell's mouth curved into a small, knowing smile. And your gut also once accused our mailman of espionage. Cam lifted his chin defensively. He was suspiciously punctual. Mitchell only smiled toward the camera. Cam stayed exactly where he was, unconvinced, though, for once, just a little less dramatic. Confession end. ... Mitchell and Cameron stayed about 20 yards back, moving in what they hoped looked like a casual stroll. Cameron kept one hand on Mitchell's elbow, steering him like they were in a spy movie, while Mitchell tried to look anywhere except suspicious. See, professionals, Cameron whispered. We're just two men enjoying nature. Birds, trees, betrayal. Mitchell shot him a sideways glance. Lower your voice. And stop saying betrayal. They watched as Jack and Dakota crossed the street at the light, still talking, still laughing at something Jack said. Dakota's pink dress caught the sunlight every time she turned her head. Cameron made a small strangled noise. Look at that laugh, he said under his breath. That's not a coworker laugh. That's a, you're charming and I like being near you, laugh. Mitchell exhaled through his nose. People laugh at coworkers, Cam. Not like that. They crossed the street after the pair, keeping pace without closing the gap too much. The Baskin-Robbins sign came into view 2 blocks ahead, bright pink and white, with a line already forming outside. Cameron slowed. Ice cream. Of course. Classic date move. Neutral territory. Easy to escape if things get weird. Or stay if things get less weird. Mitchell rubbed his forehead. Or it's just ice cream. On a warm day. With a friend. Cameron gave him a long look. You're really committed to this narrative, aren't you? I'm committed to not jumping to conclusions, Mitchell said. There's a difference. They stopped across the street from the shop, pretending to study a window display of handmade jewelry while keeping Jack and Dakota in their peripheral vision. Inside the glass doors, the two teenagers were already at the counter, pointing at flavors and accepting tiny pink sample spoons like they had all the time in the world. Cameron tilted his head. They're tasting everything. That's at least 20 minutes of commitment right there. No one samples 31 flavors with someone they're not at least a little interested in. Mitchell watched for a second. Jack said something that made Dakota cover her mouth and laugh so hard she had to lean against the counter. Jack grinned, clearly pleased with himself. Okay, Mitchell admitted quietly. They're having fun. Fun, Cameron repeated. That's one word for it. ... After Jack and Dakota bought the ice cream and went to the park, Jack and Dakota returned to the same cluster of swings near the playground. They claimed a bench this time, close enough to the shade that the ice cream wouldn't melt too fast. Dakota kicked off her sneakers and tucked her feet under her on the bench. Jack sat beside her, one leg stretched out, the other bent so his foot rested on the lower rung. They opened the pints and traded spoons like it was the most natural thing. Dakota took a bite of the chocolate and closed her eyes. Still elite. Jack nodded around a spoonful of the ribbon flavor. Told you. Layers. She laughed. You and your layers. He shrugged. What can I say? I'm deep. Dakota raised an eyebrow. Deep as an ocean. Nah, just a pothole, he said with a chuckle. She giggled. You're ridiculous. They kept eating, conversation drifting easily. School, the movie set, and how weird it was to go from memorizing lines to dodging defenders on a football field. Dakota asked about practice, Jack asked about the rest of the Harry Potter book she'd finished. She lit up as she described her favorite parts. He listened, nodding at the right moments, asking follow-up questions. Across the park, behind a wide oak tree about 30 feet away, Mitchell and Cameron had found new cover. Cameron crouched low, one hand braced on the trunk. Look at them. Sharing spoons, sharing pints and sharing secrets, probably. Mitchell stayed standing, arms crossed. They're eating ice cream, Cam. Not signing marriage papers. Yet, Cameron muttered. Dakota said something Jack didn't catch at first. He leaned in closer to hear her over the sound of kids shouting on the playground. She repeated it, then burst out laughing at her own joke before he could even respond. Jack grinned. That's terrible. It's brilliant, she insisted. Hell no. That's really bad. She reached over and gave his arm a light punch, playful, barely enough to move him. Shut up. You laughed. I did, he admitted. Against my better judgment. Dakota laughed again, louder this time, head tipping back. Jack watched her for a second, smile lingering, then took another bite of ice cream. Cameron inhaled sharply. Did you see that? The punch and the arm touch. That's physical contact. That's escalation. Mitchell sighed. It was a friendly punch. Friendly punches don't come with eye contact like that, Cameron said. That was a, we have chemistry, punch. Mitchell glanced back at the bench. Jack was saying something now, gesturing with his spoon. Dakota listened, nodding, then laughed so hard she had to press a hand to her stomach. Mitchell's shoulders loosened just a fraction. They look happy. Cameron turned to him slowly. Happy is dangerous when one of them has a girlfriend. Mitchell didn't argue right away. He just kept watching. After a minute, he spoke quietly. We should go. Cameron blinked. What? Now, when things are getting good. Because this isn't our business, Mitchell said. If something's actually wrong, Haley will tell us and we'll be there for her. And just because they are meeting and having fun like friends doesn't mean they are dating. Mitchell looked away from the bench and started walking slowly along the path, back toward the main exit of the park. Cameron hurried to catch up, still glancing over his shoulder every few steps. Wait, hold on, Cameron said, keeping his voice low but urgent. What's going on with you? You've been defending Jack since the second we saw them. Like, full-on lawyer mode. They're just friends. It's just ice cream. People are allowed to have friends. You sound like a public service announcement. Mitchell kept walking, hands in his pockets now. He did not answer right away. Cameron matched his pace and nudged him gently with an elbow. Mitch, talk to me. You've been weirdly calm about this whole thing, and calm is not usually your default setting when family drama is involved. Mitchell stopped under the shade of a big tree. He took off his sunglasses, folded them carefully, and looked at Cameron for a long second. I had a crush on this guy in college, he said quietly. His name was Ethan. We dated for almost a year. It was nice. Really nice. Until I started getting jealous every time he hung out with his friends. Male friends. Just friends. Study groups, movie nights, and grabbing coffee after class. I kept asking questions. Where were you? Who else was there? Why didn't you text me back right away? I convinced myself something was going on because I was scared of losing him. Cameron listened without interrupting. His usual, dramatic energy had dialed way down. Mitchell looked down at the ground for a moment. One night we had a huge fight. I accused him of hiding things. He got tired of it. He said he could not keep proving he was faithful every single day. So he left. And he was right to leave. I ruined something good because I could not trust what was right in front of me. He lifted his eyes again. I don't want to do that again. If they're just friends hanging out, eating ice cream, laughing, then good for them. Haley deserves someone she can trust, and Jack deserves the same. I'm not going to be the reason their relationship gets torn apart over nothing. Cameron stared at him. For once, he did not have a quick comeback. He just nodded slowly. Okay, he said after a beat. I get it. Mitchell gave a small, tired smile. You still think something's going on? Cameron glanced back toward the bench one last time. Jack and Dakota were still there, heads close together over the melting pints, talking and smiling like the rest of the park did not exist. I think, Cameron started, then stopped. He sighed. I think my gut is loud, but maybe yours is quieter and smarter right now. If Haley needs us, we'll be there for her. Until then, maybe we let them have their ice cream. Mitchell put his sunglasses back on. Thank you. Cameron linked their arms again, this time without the spy movie grip. You're welcome. But if it turns out I'm right and he's cheating, I get to say, I told you so, for at least a month. Mitchell laughed under his breath. Deal. They started walking again, side by side, leaving the swings and the pink dress and the two teenagers behind them. Mitch's confession time. Mitchell sat on the couch, legs crossed, looking more relaxed than he had all afternoon. I learned something today, he said. Sometimes the past shows up to remind you not to make the same mistake twice. I spent a long time being the jealous guy who saw threats everywhere. It cost me someone I cared about. I won't let that happen to Haley. If Jack is a good guy, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And if he's not, well, we'll deal with that when it comes. But right now, I'm choosing trust. He gave a small shrug. Confession end. Cam's confession time. Cameron sat forward, elbows on his knees, still buzzing a little. I still think it looks suspicious, he said. Pink dress, sharing spoons and laughing like that. Come on. He paused, then softened. But Mitch told me about Ethan. And yeah, you can tell it still stings. So if he's choosing to believe in Jack right now, I'm going to back him up. Mostly. 90%. 85 on a bad day. He grinned. Family first. Even when family might be eating ice cream with a movie star behind their girlfriend's back. But hopefully not. He leaned back. Fingers crossed. Confession end. // Palisades vs. the Dolphins. The stadium lights had already flicked on, though the sun still hung low in the sky. Tonight, the place felt huge. Bleachers overflowed with parents, students painted in school colors, and one absurd giant cardboard shark head bobbing in the Dolphins section. The marching band hammered the same 3 fight songs over and over, as if stopping might end the world. There was a rumor that someone was sponsoring this game and that there were some scouts among the spectators. So, all the players were in their best form. Jack waited near the sideline, helmet tucked under his arm, eyes locked on the empty field. This was no ordinary game. Scouts sat in the stands, at least 2 in plain jackets near midfield with clipboards open. School board members lingered behind them. Even the principal looked wired. Coach Lance pulled the team into a close circle. Listen, he said, voice solid and even. They are aggressive. They blitz early and often. They hit hard. They want you rattled. He stared straight at Jack. You do not get rattled. Jack nodded once. Offense stays disciplined, defense communicates, and avoid unnecessary penalties. He clapped once. Break. Palisades. The team yelled back. They charged through the tunnel into a wall of sound. Haley was already leading the cheer squad, voice slicing through the noise. Let's go Palisades. Jack glanced her way for half a second. He spotted her right away. She blew a quick kiss. He smirked behind the face mask. Game on. First half. Dolphins won the toss and chose to receive. They came out swinging. Their quarterback was fast but smart, picking apart the defense with short passes and tough runs. No wasted plays. 3 minutes in, they scored. 7-0. The crowd groaned. Jack trotted into the huddle. Shake it off. Palisades, first drive. Jackson called a quick slant. Snap. The pocket collapsed fast. Jack ran across the middle, found a gap, and the ball hit him in stride. A linebacker smashed him helmet to shoulder pads. He held on. First down. Sideline exploded. Nice hit, a Dolphin muttered as Jack got up. Thanks, Jack said calmly. 2 drives later, Palisades answered. 7-7. Then it became a shootout. Dolphins scored again. 14-7. Palisades answered. 14-14. Defenses stiffened for a moment, then broke open. Jackson mixed quickouts and screens to beat the blitz. Jack turned into the go-to target. Short catches, crisp routes, first downs. Once he snagged a pass near the sideline, planted his left foot, and spun away from 2 defenders who had guessed wrong. The crowd went wild. Haley yelled his name so loud that the girl beside her jumped. By halftime, the scoreboard showed 35-35. Coach Lance walked into the locker room shaking his head. This is crazy. Defense, wake up. Offense, keep breathing. And Jack, he pointed at Jack, do what you do best. Dodge and run. Jack sat on the bench, helmet off, breathing steady. 35 points each in one half. Nothing normal about this. Bleachers. Up in the stands, the Dunphys had claimed their usual chaos corner. Claire holding a coffee cup, Phil half standing with that ridiculous foam finger, Luke sprawled across 2 seats like he owned the row, and Alex sat perfectly straight, scrolling through football stats on her phone. Claire stared at the scoreboard. 35-35. At halftime. I don't know if it's good or bad. Phil spun toward her, eyes sparkling the way they did whenever anything involved Jack or a touchdown. Come on, Claire. It's electric out there. Jack's basically a human highlight reel. That spin move on the sideline. Pure magic. The scouts are probably already writing his name on scholarships in glitter pen. Luke didn't look up from whatever meme page he was doom scrolling. Glitter pen. Dad, that's the most you thing you've ever said. Alex finally glanced over the top of her phone. Statistically, games with this many points by halftime usually end in one of 2 ways. Either the defenses remember how to tackle, or it turns into a track meet with helmets. Given our secondary's current performance, I'm leaning toward option B. Claire rubbed her temples. Alex, sweetie, I appreciate the analysis, but maybe dial back the doom. For the family section, we're supposed to be cheering. I'm cheering internally, Alex said flatly. Very supportive vibes. Go Jack. Raw. Phil laughed too loud and slung an arm around Claire's shoulders, nearly knocking her coffee into Luke's lap. See, that's the spirit. Look, Haley's down there killing it with the cheers. She and Jack are basically the prom king and queen power couple of this whole night. I bet after the game they're gonna do that thing where she jumps into his arms and he catches her like it's choreographed. Claire's eyes narrowed. If she jumps into his arms in full view of the entire school and half the neighborhood, I will personally choreograph her grounding. 2 weeks. Minimum. Phil's confession. Phil's chair creaked softly as he shifted forward, still clutching the foam finger. It had been bent out of shape from too much enthusiastic waving, and his hair looked like the wind had personally taken a turn roughing him up. Okay, he said, nodding to himself. I have been to high school football games. I have eaten the nachos. I have worn the uncomfortable bleacher splinters. I know the vibe. He leaned closer to the camera, eyes widening. This. He tilted his head toward the field. This is not that. He pointed, dramatic and unashamed. This is high octane. This is fireworks in cleats. 35-35 at halftime. That's not a school night score. That's like, professional level, did someone forget to install defense? Energy. A grin spread across his face as the noise of the stadium swelled faintly behind him. I'm watching these kids move and I'm thinking, did I accidentally wander into some big sports channel? He laughed softly. Because I swear I saw a scout write something down and nod like he just discovered. Sliced bread. Phil lifted the foam finger, holding it up with quiet pride. And Jack out there, he said, his voice brightening. He's not just playing football. He's starring in an action movie where the explosions are just linebackers missing him. He paused, the smile easing into something gentler. I mean, I'm proud, he admitted. Like, chest hurts a little proud. He glanced off for a second, toward the field, then back again. It doesn't even feel like a high school game anymore. His eyes dropped to the crooked foam finger in his hand. He straightened it absent-mindedly, then looked up. It feels like the beginning of something like. There was a brief, thoughtful silence. Quote. Haley getting grounded for 2 weeks. He nodded. Phil's confession end. Second half. Dolphins adjusted first. They doubled Jack, corner jamming him at the line, safety cheating over the top. Coach noticed right away. Good. That means they are scared. He spread the field and used Jack in motion to drag defenders away. Third quarter first drive, Jack faked inside, pulled 2 with him, and Jackson threw deep to the other side. Touchdown. The crowd yelled. Dolphins fought back with a long, punishing drive. Their running back ran like he wanted to break the ground. Touchdown. Tied again. Every possession felt huge now. Late in the fourth, with 5 minutes left, 52-52. Players were spent. Pads torn, jerseys filthy with grass and dirt. Breathing came heavy. Jack's legs burned and he was sure that something was wrong with his ankle. But at the moment, he and everyone were running on adrenaline. 2 minutes left. Palisades had the ball. Jackson stepped into the huddle, sweat dripping. Cover 0. All-out pressure. Jack nodded. Then we make them pay. First down, quick pass for 5 yards. Second down, blitz. Jackson threw an incomplete under heavy rush. 3rd and 5. The crowd rose. Coach signaled the play. Jackson called it. Jack lined up wide left. The corner smirked. You are not getting it. Jack stayed silent. Snap. Dolphins sent everyone. Jackson rolled right to buy time. Jack cut inside, then broke hard left toward the sideline. The corner slipped just enough. Jackson fired low and tight. Jack dropped his hips, slid, and caught it inches off the grass. First down. The referee signaled good. Stadium roared. The clock kept running. 1 minute left. They drove inside the Dolphins' 20. 30 seconds. Jackson glanced at the sideline. Coach signaled the last play. Shotgun. Trips right. Jack in the slot. Defense packed the line. They were going for it all. Snap. Blitz. Jackson rolled right again. Jack darted middle, then whipped back left, slipping behind a linebacker who had stepped up too soon. Open. For a split second, Jackson saw it and threw high. Safety leapt. Jack jumped. Bodies crashed in the air. Jack hit the ground on his back. Ball pressed tight to his chest. He held still. The referee looked close. Then his arms flew up. Touchdown. The clock showed 0:12. The stadium went berserk. Teammates swarmed him. Helmets banged. Someone tackled him from behind in pure joy. Jackson yanked his helmet off and screamed at the sky. Dolphins tried one final kickoff return. Defense stopped them cold. The final whistle cut through the noise like a knife, and the stadium exploded one last time. Palisades 59, Dolphins 52. Players dropped to their knees, some laughing, some crying, most just trying to remember how lungs worked. Jack stayed standing at midfield for a second, helmet dangling from his fingers, grass stains painted across his jersey like war paint. His ankle throbbed, but the adrenaline was louder. He scanned the field, then the sideline, then up toward the cheerleader stand. Haley was already moving. She dropped her pom-poms mid-jump, shoved past 2 teammates who were still hugging each other, and sprinted down the 3 metal steps to the edge of the track. Her ponytail swung wildly, makeup smudged from sweat and screaming. She didn't care. Jack broke into a jog that turned into a full run. The crowd parted just enough. He reached the low fence separating the field from the stands, planted one hand on the rail, and vaulted it clean. Haley launched herself the rest of the way. Legs wrapped around his waist, arms locked behind his neck. He caught her perfectly, like they'd rehearsed it 100 times in some secret corner of the school parking lot. They kissed without a care. The kind of kiss that said the game, the scouts, the scoreboard, none of it mattered half as much as this exact second. The stadium lights caught the moment and made it look cinematic. A few phones went up around them. Someone whooped. Someone else whistled. And then there were a few unlucky and jealous girls, cursing Haley. Up in the bleachers, the Dunphys had the perfect view. Phil's mouth hung open. The foam finger slipped from his hand and rolled under the seat in front. His eyes were huge, shining, a mix of proud dad tears and pure I told you so glee. He opened his mouth to speak, finger already pointing, words forming. Claire didn't even turn her head. 2 weeks, she said calmly. Phil froze. Mouth still open, one finger half raised like he'd been about to conduct an orchestra. Claire took a slow sip of her now cold coffee. I said 2 weeks. Minimum. That just earned her the deluxe package. No phone, no car. No Jack. Claire's confession. Claire sat on the couch. I genuinely, truly, did not think Haley and Jack would make it this far, she said. She gives a small shake of her head, more disappointed than surprised. I thought it was a high school fling. You know, 2 weeks of intense texting, 3 dramatic hallway hugs, maybe one mildly awkward breakup involving a hoodie exchange. A faint shrug lifts her shoulders. That's the pattern. That's what teenagers do. She leans back with a quiet sigh. But, they're still together. After a moment, she nods, reluctantly conceding the point. And not just, still together. They're going strong. Her mouth tightens into a polite, pained smile. I don't want to say it, but they actually seem healthy, supportive, loyal and annoyingly functional. Am I happy? Yes. Why won't I be happy for my daughter? Of course, I'm happy. But, there's a pause. Just long enough for the bitterness to soften into something almost wistful. Quote. The worst part, she adds quietly, I don't think I'm ever going to get to sit next to my heartbroken daughter and gently say, sweetie, I told you so. And don't be sad, you'll find someone better. She lets the silence stretch, then exhales through her nose. That was supposed to be my moment. Her expression sharpened suddenly, the thought clearly pivoting in her head. But kissing, smooching like that, she lifts one finger and points, firm and unmistakably judgmental. Before hundreds of people, under stadium lights, with everyone taking pictures, Claire nods once, already convinced. 2 weeks. Another decisive nod follows. Minimum. Claire's confession end. // A few hours later, hospital private room. The adrenaline wore off somewhere between kissing Haley and the ice pack. Jack lay back on the hospital bed, ankle wrapped thick, ribs taped, left shoulder strapped tight enough to remind him every time he breathed too deeply. The room smelled like disinfectant and that familiar yet weird artificial lemon scent. He stared at the ceiling tiles, replaying the game and then the kiss with Haley. And now this. The door opened and his parents stepped back inside. Richard still had his phone in his hand like he had been handling calls in the hallway. His suit jacket was folded neatly over his arm. Even though he tried not to look worried, Jack could see a little hint of worry behind his calm face. Sarah walked straight to the bed and brushed Jack's hair back like he was 8 again. You scared us, she said quietly. Jack blinked at her. I'm fine. The doctor had already delivered the verdict. Bad ankle sprain, bruised ribs and strained left shoulder. Complete rest for at least 3 weeks, the doctor had said while scrolling through scans on a tablet. After that, physical therapy and light exercise. Full recovery should be around 6 weeks if you follow instructions. 6 weeks. Well, I'll have enough time to write my books. Maybe I'll write a couple of movie scripts or game stories, Jack thought. Then he felt the pain in his ribs again. Dang. So, I have photographic memory, great stamina, somewhat good speed and very bad endurance. In short, the cheats came with some weaknesses. What the fuck is this, some kind of survival RPG with preset stats? Richard pulled a chair closer to the bed. You played exceptionally well tonight, he said with a smile, looking proud and happy. We watched the whole thing. Jack turned his head, slowly and raised an eyebrow. You did. Sarah smiled. We got there before kickoff. We didn't tell you because we didn't want to distract you. For a second, he just stared at them. He had not expected that. Not really. They were usually busy with meetings, flights and conferences. The kind of schedule that made family dinners feel like rare calendar events. He never imagined they would show up for a high school game. Something warm and unfamiliar settled in his chest. He didn't know how to express it in words. So, oh, he said, trying to keep it casual. That's cool. Sarah laughed softly. Cool. You caught the winning touchdown in front of scouts. The whole stadium nearly collapsed from screaming. Richard nodded once. That final route adjustment was impressive. You read the linebacker perfectly. Jack shrugged carefully, wincing when his ribs protested. It was there. Sarah looked between them, then her expression shifted into something suspiciously playful. So, she said lightly, sitting on the edge of the bed. You never told us you had a girlfriend. Jack froze for half a second. Of course, that was coming. She's outside, isn't she? Jack asked. With her parents. His mom nodded. Both of you met her and her family. His parents both nodded at the same time. So, his mom asked, how long have you two been dating? How and where did you two meet? While Jack and his parents were talking. Outside. Phil sat in one of the blue waiting chairs with his hands clasped together like he was trying very hard not to pace. The foam finger was gone, replaced by a visitor sticker peeling at the corner of his shirt. He kept glancing at the closed door every few seconds as if staring hard enough might make it open. Haley could not sit still. She had been walking back and forth for the past 5 minutes, arms wrapped tight around herself, cheer jacket half-zipped and hair still in its high ponytail from the game. Her makeup had smudged under her eyes, and she had not even noticed. A few minutes earlier, they had finally met Jack's parents properly. Richard had shaken Phil's hand and thanked him for staying. Sarah had hugged Haley without hesitation, which caught her off guard in the gentlest way possible. They both looked composed and polite, but there had been a clear edge of worry behind their smiles. Phil had leaned toward Haley once they stepped into the hallway and whispered, "They seem nice." Like, surprisingly normal for people who look like they negotiate billion-dollar deals before breakfast. Haley had barely reacted. Now she stopped pacing for half a second, stared at the door again, then resumed walking. "Haley," Phil said softly. "Sweetheart, sit down before you wear a trench into the tile." "I can't sit," she replied, voice tight. "If I sit, I'm going to start thinking, and if I start thinking, I'm going to freak out and start crying." Phil patted the empty chair next to him anyway. "The doctor said he'll be fine. Sprain, bruises, strain. That's football language for dramatic but fixable." Haley stopped walking. Her eyes were glassy, and she blinked fast like she was fighting something back. "It's my fault," she said quietly. Phil straightened. "Okay. That's a big statement." She shook her head. "I made him a stupid promise, and he wanted to win so badly because of it." Her voice cracked a little. "He pushed himself because of me. And now he's in there wrapped like a mummy." Phil's expression softened immediately. "Haley," he said gently. "Football players push themselves because they are football players. That is literally the job description." "You didn't see his face when he fell," she insisted. "For a second I thought he wasn't getting up. And I just stood there like an idiot in a cheer skirt." Phil leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Listen to me," he said. "Jack gave it his all out there and won the game. So, don't undermine his efforts by saying he did it just for a promise. And even if he did it for a promise, the effort he put into it was real and he looked happy, didn't he? Did you see his face when the team won?" Haley wiped under her eye quickly, annoyed at herself. "He probably hates me," she muttered. "He probably thinks I'm distracting. Or dramatic. Or too much." Then she spiraled as usual. "Oh my God. Dad. What if he breaks up with me? What am I going to do?" Phil let out a soft breath and went into full serious dad mode. "Haley Dunphy," he said. "That boy just caught you midair in front of half the town. If he thought you were too much, he would not have done that like it was the final scene of a rom-com." She looked at him, torn between wanting to believe him and not trusting anything right now. Phil continued. "We met his parents. They came all the way out here to watch him play. They looked worried but proud. And when they looked at you, they didn't look angry. They looked grateful that someone cared that much. So, take a deep breath and sit. And trust me, there won't be any breakups tonight." Haley swallowed. I don't want to be the reason he gets hurt," she said, softer now. "I don't want to mess this up." Phil reached over and squeezed her hand. Haley stared at their joined hands like she needed the contact to stay grounded. Her breathing had slowed a little, but every few seconds her shoulders still hitched. Phil spoke again, keeping his voice low and steady. You know what the best part of tonight was? Not just the touchdown or the win or even that crazy jump and catch moment with you two. It was watching Jack look up at the stands right after the whistle. He found you first. Before his teammates, before the coaches, before anybody else. That look on his face said everything he didn't have time to say out loud. Haley's eyes flicked up to meet his. You really think so? I know so, Phil answered without hesitation. I've spent years reading people's faces for a living. That one was easy. He wasn't thinking about scouts or stats or even the pain that was probably already starting. He was thinking about you. And when a guy looks at someone like that after a game like tonight, he isn't planning his exit speech. He's planning how soon he can see her again. She let out a shaky laugh that turned into a sniff. You make it sound so simple. Because it is simple, Phil said. Relationships get complicated when people start overthinking every little thing. Right now, Jack is in there with ice packs and tape and probably replaying that last play in his head 100 times. But I guarantee you one of those replays includes you jumping into his arms. That memory is stronger than any bruise. Haley wiped her face again with the sleeve of her cheer jacket. The mascara streaks had dried into faint dark lines on her cheeks. I still feel awful, like I should have told him to slow down or something. Like I should have been the responsible one for once. Phil tilted his head. Haley, you cheered louder than anybody in that stadium. You kept the whole sideline energized. You gave him something to run toward every time he crossed the white line. That isn't making him push too hard. That's giving him a reason to push exactly as hard as he wanted to push. There's a difference. She considered that for a second, chewing the inside of her cheek. I guess. You know, Phil continued, lifting a finger like he had just remembered a bonus level in a game, you guys are teenagers. A little drama is basically part of the starter pack. That is normal. The real thing that matters is whether you show up for each other when it actually counts. Tonight, you did. He did. The scoreboard did its flashy little confirmation dance. Everything else. Just background static. Haley finally sat down in the chair next to him. Her legs felt heavy, like the adrenaline crash had caught up all at once. She leaned her head against his shoulder, the same way she used to when she was little and the world felt too big. Thanks, Dad, she whispered. Phil wrapped an arm around her, giving her a reassuring squeeze. Anytime, kiddo. And hey, when you go into that room, you're going to walk right up to him, look him in the eye, and tell him how great he was out there on the field tonight, but no apologies or guilt trips. Haley nodded against his shoulder. Okay, I can do that. Good, Phil said. Because I'm pretty sure the second he sees you, the only thing he's going to be thinking about is how fast he can get another hug. Bruised ribs or not. She smiled for real this time, small but genuine. ... Phil's confession. Phil sits on the couch with his hands folded in his lap, trying very hard to look like a man who has made a clear, responsible parenting decision. So, technically, Haley is grounded for 2 weeks, he says. He winces almost immediately. There was a curfew situation. And don't run onto the field in front of scouts and tackle your boyfriend mid-celebration situation. He shrugs, like it all falls neatly under the same category. Minor stuff. Teachable moments. He leans forward, lowering his voice, even though no one else is in the room. But then we were in the hospital. And she was crying. And Jack was wrapped up like a burrito. Phil exhales. And I had this whole speech ready. Very dad forward. You know, strong, structured and maybe even laminated. He pauses. I could not tell her. He shakes his head, a little helpless. I mean, she was spiraling and blaming herself and questioning love. Mascara everywhere. A small, tired smile slips out. It was like a Nicholas Sparks emergency. He nodded. So yeah, grounding postponed. He straightens quickly, as if correcting the record. Not cancelled. Postponed by a few hours. There's a difference. I'm still a parent. A tiny pause. A parent with terrible timing. Phil nods to himself, committing to it. 2 weeks. Eventually. Probably. Phil's confession end. ... A few minutes later, the door to the private room swung open. Richard stepped out first, still holding his phone. Sarah followed right behind him. Phil and Haley both shot to their feet at the same time. Haley's hands twisted together in front of her cheer jacket while Phil gave a quick, hopeful smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Haley spoke before anyone else could. "How is he? Is he okay? Can I go in?" Richard nodded once, calm and measured, the way he always was in situations that required steady hands. "He's tough. A few weeks of bed rest, then physical therapy. He'll be back on his feet before you know it." Phil exhaled through his nose like he had been holding the breath since the final whistle. "That's good news. Really good news." Sarah gave a small, tired smile. "He's already complaining about the hospital jello. That's a positive sign." Haley shifted her weight from one foot to the other. Does he want visitors? Or should we wait until tomorrow?" Richard glanced back toward the room for a second before answering. "He asked about you specifically. Said something about making sure Haley didn't make a trench in the hallway floor." Haley's cheeks went pink under the smudged makeup. "He said that?" Sarah laughed quietly. "Word for word. He's got his sense of humor intact, at least." Phil clapped his hands together once, softer than usual. "See, told you. Kid's already plotting his next dramatic entrance." Richard slipped his phone into his pocket. "We're heading out to grab some coffee from the cafeteria and make a few calls. The room is yours." Sarah reached over and touched Haley's arm lightly. "Before you go in, I wanted to say something." Haley froze, suddenly worried all over again. Sarah's voice stayed gentle. "Thank you for cheering him on tonight. Really. We watched from the stands, and every time he made a play, we could hear your voice cutting through everything else. That kind of support matters more than you probably realize. It gave him something extra to fight for out there." Haley blinked a couple of times. I didn't think anyone could hear me over the band and the crowd." Richard smiled faintly. "We heard you. And so did he." Phil wrapped an arm around Haley's shoulders and gave her a quick side hug. "Go on. Tell him we're proud of him. And tell him his future father-in-law says no more jumping fences with taped ribs." Haley rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth lifted. "Dad." Sarah and Richard smiled. At her reaction, Haley took one deep breath, squared her shoulders, and went to Jack's private room. Phil watched the door close, then turned to Jack's parents. "She's been a wreck out here. I'm really glad he's doing okay." Richard nodded. "She cares. That's obvious. And Jack cares right back. They'll figure the rest out." Sarah glanced toward the cafeteria sign down the hall. "Come on, let's grab some coffee and snacks. We can trade embarrassing stories about our kids while they talk." Phil grinned for real this time. "Deal. I've got a whole folder of Haley's greatest hits. Starting with the time she tried to dye her hair with Kool-Aid in middle school." They started walking together, voices fading down the corridor, leaving the quiet hospital hallway behind them. Inside the room, "Hey," Jack smiled, seeing Haley enter. "Hey," Haley said softly. "I look like a mummy." "Yes, you do look like one." Jack took his phone from the pillowside. "Here, take a pic. I wanna make it my social media profile pic." Haley couldn't help but chuckle as she walked over and took his phone. And they began to talk, take a couple of photos and joke. Haley's confession. Haley sat on the couch. She's still in her cheer jacket, hair a little messy now, but there's a calm to her that wasn't there earlier. When she starts talking, her voice is softer than anyone is used to hearing. "So, he made a joke," she says, a small laugh slipping out before she can stop it. "That was the first thing he did." She shakes her head, smiling to herself. "He's literally wrapped in tape and asking me to take a picture so he can make it his profile photo." For a moment, she looks off to the side, like she's replaying the scene in her head. "I went in there ready to be strong," she says. Like, supportive girlfriend energy. No crying and very mature. There's a short pause. And then he smiled at me. Her expression softens in a way that feels unguarded. And it was the same smile. The touchdown smile. The, "I found you in the stands," smile. Her voice drops a little. And I realized, he's okay. She nods to herself, like she needs to hear it out loud. He doesn't blame me. He's not mad. He's not secretly planning a breakup speech. An awkward little laugh escapes her. He was planning a selfie. A dreamy smile creeps onto her face. He kept replaying the game, and every time it got to the part where he looked at the stands, he'd go, "That's where you were screaming like a maniac." She lifts one shoulder in a light shrug. "I told him I wasn't screaming. I was projecting confidence," she says, then adds with a soft grin, "which is totally different." The smile fades into something quieter. "I was so scared I messed everything up. But when I sat next to him and he reached for my hand like it was the most normal thing in the world," she trails off for half a second. "It just felt steady. Like we're steady." She looks down briefly, then back up. "I don't know what's gonna happen in 6 weeks. Or next season. Or next year." A small, certain smile settles in. "But right now," she nods once. "He's okay. We're okay." And, almost to herself, she adds softly, "and we're together." Haley's confession end. 1 week later, sunlight poured through the half-open blinds in Jack's bedroom. Jack lay propped against a mountain of pillows, ankle still wrapped in an ACE bandage, ribs taped beneath a loose gray t-shirt and black sweatpants. The crutches leaned against the nightstand and a mini fridge with ice was by the bedside. Haley sat cross-legged beside him, back resting against the headboard, wearing a soft blue shirt that slipped off one shoulder and denim shorts. Jack's laptop rested on her lap, the screen glowing between them. Thanks to Phil, she escaped 2 weeks of solitary life in one. Richard had sent the numbers a few minutes ago. Haley refreshed the email again, even though it had not changed. 6,210 hard copies, she read slowly, like saying it wrong might make it disappear. In 1 week. That is insane. Jack stared at the screen as if it might suddenly admit it was joking. "It was supposed to be 1,000 copies, he said. Just to test the waters." Haley scrolled down to Richard's breakdown. First batch, 1,000 copies. Sold out in 3 days. Second batch, 3,000 copies. Sold out in 2 days. Additional restock midweek, pushing the total to 6,210 hard copies sold. She looked up at him slowly. Haley let out a sharp breath that turned into a squeal. She grabbed his arm without thinking, then immediately loosened her grip when he winced just a fraction. Sorry. I'm just so excited. People are buying actual paper books with your name on them." Jack blinked at her, still trying to process the hard copy numbers. "Okay," he said slowly. "That's cool. That's great." He nodded, still keeping his composure. "But those are bookstore numbers." He pointed at the screen. "Open KDP dashboard." Haley looked at him like he had just told her to launch a rocket. She straightened instantly. "Yes, sir, Mr. Author, sir. Oh, and if I pass out, just tilt me sideways so I don't choke on my own ego," he said. She snorted and clicked over to his KDP dashboard. The page loaded. There was a tiny spinning circle. They both leaned forward at the same time. The dashboard popped up. Haley froze. Jack squinted. "Scroll," he said. She scrolled down to the sales graph. There was a sharp incline that looked almost fake. The blue line had started steadily after the hardcover book launch, then climbed fast by midweek, and by day 7, it shot upward like someone had pressed fast forward. Haley covered her mouth. "Jack." He felt his heartbeat start climbing. "Yeah, I'd have said to pinch me to check if I'm dreaming. But this pain in my ribs are enough to say that I ain't dreaming." Total ebooks sold, 3,184. Global territories, US, UK, Canada, Australia, Germany, India, Brazil. Jack stared. "That's worldwide," he said quietly. Haley nodded like she was afraid to move too much and scare the numbers away. "And look at this," she said, scrolling again. Category ranking. Number 1 in children's fantasy adventure, number 1 in young adult fantasy reimagining, number 3 in overall teen fiction. Jack blinked twice. Bloody hell, are they trying to give me a heart attack or something? I knew the book was going to destroy the current market, but this. It was beyond his imagination. "That's a glitch," he said automatically. Haley refreshed the page. The rankings stayed. She refreshed again. Still there. "You were literally at the top of the list," she whispered. "Like, first place. Do you get a medal?" She looked at him. "Nope," he shook his head. Jack leaned back against the pillows slowly. 3,000 ebooks, he muttered. Over 6,000 hard copies. He did the math in his head and stopped halfway because it felt unreal. Haley's eyes were already scanning the review section. "Oh my God," she said. "What? They're writing essays." She clicked into the reviews tab. Average rating, 4.6 out of 5 stars. Total ratings, 2,342. Total reviews, 2,114. Haley clicked the first review before she could stop herself. The page loaded and a 5-star badge filled the top corner. User, Book Nerd Mom 92. I bought this for my 11-year-old son and ended up staying up until 2 a.m. reading it myself. The world building feels fresh. The main character is vulnerable in a way that makes kids feel seen. There is humor, danger and heart without it ever feeling preachy. I have not seen my son this excited about a book in years. We are already counting down to the sequel. Haley slapped the laptop lightly. See, moms love you. That is a very powerful demographic. She clicked the next one. User, Griffin Reader. As someone who grew up on fantasy, I was skeptical. A magical school story sounded risky. I was wrong. The pacing is tight, the mystery unfolds naturally and the friendships feel earned. If this is a debut, the author is scary talented. Jack blinked. Scary talented, Haley repeated dramatically. I am dating a scary talented person. He rubbed the back of his neck carefully so he would not pull the tape on his shoulder. I'll take the compliment, he said with a smile. She scrolled down. User, Teen Lit Fan. I do not usually write reviews, but I had to for this one. The main character struggles with feeling out of place and it felt real. The dialogue sounds like actual kids, not adults pretending to be kids. I finished it in 2 days and immediately forced my best friend to read it. Please release book 2 soon. She clicked another. User, Library Dad. I give this 4 stars only because I wanted more time in the magical history classes. The world hints at a deeper mythology that I hope the author explores later. Otherwise, fantastic read. My daughter and I argued over who the main villain is, and the ending was a big surprise. Never saw it coming. Then Haley's finger hovered. There are some 3-star and 2-star ones too, she warned. Jack inhaled slowly. Let's see. I want the real picture. Username, Honest Reader 88. I liked the premise, but the first 2 chapters felt slow. Once it picked up, I was hooked. Author clearly has talent. Needs tighter editing early on. Username, Truthseeker999. This is what happens when marketing pushes mediocre content. There are far better indie fantasy books out there being ignored. Jack shrugged lightly. That one sounds personal. Haley leaned closer to the screen. 0 other reviews. Account created 3 days ago. Jack raised an eyebrow. Interesting timing. Username, RealWriter2001. Overhyped and derivative. Nothing original here. Haley's jaw dropped. Derivative. You literally rebuilt the entire magic system from scratch. Jack shook his head. Just a troll. User, Fantasy King Official. As a professional fantasy author, I can confidently say this book is derivative and shallow. Readers deserve better crafted prose and more sophisticated themes. Haley squinted. That username sounds like someone who prints their own face on bookmarks. Jack leaned forward. Click the profile. She did. 1 self-published title. 2 ratings. Both 1 star. Okay, Jack said slowly. Let's ignore the jealous guy. Not worth our time. She scrolled. User, Wizard Realm Master. I tried reading this but could not get past chapter 2. The hype around this author is undeserved. There are many superior works in this genre that are being ignored. Haley snorted. Superior works. That is definitely another jealous writer. Jack felt a strange mix of irritation and relief. They are scared, he muttered. Haley looked at him. He glanced at the sales graph again. The steep climb. The territories list. The rankings sitting at number 1. They doubled me in the game and I still scored, he said quietly. When people feel threatened, they get louder and troll. She smiled slowly. That was hot. In a nerd way. He nudged her knee gently with his. After another 10 minutes of reading reviews and checking on other book sites, Haley finally leaned her head against his shoulder carefully so she would not bump the taped part. So what now, Mr. Number 1 author? Now, he said, feeling something settle into place inside him. We see the royalty. You sure you want to, show me your earnings? She asked, looking at him. Yeah, go on, he nodded. Open it. Okay, she looked back at the laptop with a smile. Moment of truth. She clicked into the reports tab, then into royalties. The page loaded with another spinning circle that suddenly felt way too dramatic for a normal Tuesday morning. Jack watched her face instead of the screen. Her eyebrows pulled together. Then they lifted. Then her mouth fell open. Jack, take a deep breath. Gross sales, $60,000. Broken down by format, territory, and even a tiny pie chart that showed hardcover eating up most of the pie while ebooks took the rest. Amazon's cut sat listed right below in neat red text. For a second, neither of them said anything. $60,000, she whispered. Gross sales. Then when she saw the amount Amazon took, her eyes widened. $39,000 to Amazon, Haley read out loud, voice rising at the end like she couldn't believe the platform had the nerve. They just took $39,000. Jack let out a slow breath. That's the deal. 35% royalty. They print, they ship, they handle returns. We get what's left after printing costs and their slice. She turned her head to look at him, eyes huge. But $39,000. That's almost 2/3 of it gone before taxes even touch it. Yeah, he said. Welcome to publishing math back when ebooks were still new and hardcovers were the big money. Haley scrolled down to the final line. Net payout pre-tax $21,000. She covered her mouth with both hands this time. The sound that came out was somewhere between a squeak and a strangled laugh. $21,000, she said, her voice rising. That is more money than I have ever seen in my life outside of Dad's real estate brochures. Jack let out a breath he did not realize he was holding. Pre-tax, he said quietly. She smacked his arm lightly. He flinched and she immediately pulled back. Sorry, again, but stop being responsible for 5 seconds. He looked at the number again. $21,000. US sales are the biggest chunk, she said. Then UK. Canada is strong. Australia too. Germany is climbing. India and Brazil are smaller but growing. She looked up at him slowly. You were literally global, big time. He leaned back against the pillows. He had pictured this moment 100 times while he was writing late at night. He had imagined fist pumps, maybe a victory lap around the house, definitely some kind of loud celebration involving pizza and bad victory music. What he had not imagined was this quiet bedroom, sunlight slanting across the comforter, Haley next to him, both of them sitting there like the universe had just handed them a winning lottery ticket and then politely asked them to stay calm. Haley closed the laptop and placed it on the nightstand. Then she turned fully toward him. You were officially rich, she said. I mean, you were rich. But you know what I mean. Or, I don't even know what to say. But quick question, what do people do with $21,000? Jack stared at the ceiling for a second like he was consulting some invisible financial advisor in the sky. So here's the plan. I'm putting half into some boring index funds that Dad keeps preaching about. Then, I'm saving a portion for book 2. Cover art, editing, maybe a better launch strategy. You are so annoying, she said affectionately. You already have sequel plans. Of course I have sequel plans. There will be like 7 books and I've already finished the second one, Jack replied. She stared at him like he had just admitted he casually solved world hunger on weekends. And, he added, voice softening slightly, we are going shopping. We are. After I can walk without looking like a glitchy NPC in a video game, he said, glancing at his ankle. Haley's lips curved into a small smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Wow, you have everything figured out already. Like, actual adult-level planning. Stocks, savings, sequels, shopping spree. You even have a timeline. Jack tilted his head and studied her face. The playful spark he usually counted on was missing, replaced by something quieter and heavier. Hey, he said softly. What's wrong? She looked away almost immediately. Nothing, Haley. She chewed on her lip. Her fingers started tracing patterns on the comforter like she needed something to focus on. It's just, she sighed. You already know what you want to do. You're writing books. You're investing. You're planning sequels. You probably have spreadsheets for your spreadsheets. I do not, he said. You do. He smiled faintly but didn't interrupt her again. And here I am, she continued quietly, I have no idea what I'm going to do after college. I don't even know what I'm majoring in for sure. Some days I think about fashion. Other days I think about marketing. Then I panic and think I should pick something serious. Then I don't even know what serious means. Jack shifted carefully so he was facing her more directly. Haley, I'm happy for you. I really am. This is huge and you deserve every bit of it. But sometimes I look at you crushing it and I feel like I'm still waiting for my own version of that spark to show up. What if it never does? What if I just keep drifting? Jack reached over slowly, careful of the tape on his ribs, and covered her hand with his. His fingers laced through hers without any rush. Haley, I did not wake up one day knowing I was going to write a book that sells thousands of copies in a week, he said calmly. She looked at him, eyes still uncertain. You think I had this whole master plan at 16? He continued. I've wasted a good 4 or 5 years of my life doing absolutely nothing productive. I had fame and everything, but I got arrogant and destroyed my own image without even realizing it. Then one night, I just sat on my bed and thought, what next? Should I continue to waste my life like before or actually build something that matters to me? Haley stayed quiet, listening. So, I chose to build something that matters to me and decided to take my life seriously. And believe me or not, even now, I'm trying to figure things out. So, all you gotta do is believe in yourself and take one step at a time. There is no rush. We're 16. We have enough time to figure things out, together. Really? She whispered. Yeah, he nodded. Now, I'm gonna make out with you to break this gloomy atmosphere. He tried to move, but the pain in his ankle shot up. On the second thought, you have to kiss me. I can't move. Haley stared at him for half a second. Then she laughed. You were unbelievable, she said, leaning closer. You just gave me a motivational speech and now trying to cash in on it. Hey, therapy sessions are costly in this day and economy. So, I take my salary in kisses, Jack replied. She laughed, shaking her head, then closed the last inch of space between them. Her lips brushed his gently at first, testing, making sure she wasn't adding to the pain anywhere. When he kissed her back without flinching, she relaxed into it fully. One hand came up to rest against his cheek, thumb tracing the line of his jaw. The kiss deepened slowly, steady and unhurried, the way kisses feel when both people know exactly where they stand in the moment. When she finally pulled back just enough to breathe, her nose stayed close to his. Better? She asked quietly. World-class medicine, he whispered. Better than whatever they gave me at the hospital. I think you could use another dosage, Haley replied as her lips brushed his. Yeah, she nodded. Yeah, their lips met again. She tilted her head just enough to let the kiss deepen naturally. Tongues brushed, tentative at first, then bolder, exploring in slow, warm circles. Jack let out a quiet sound against her mouth, the kind that vibrated through both of them. His good hand slid up her side, fingers curling lightly against her waist before she caught his wrist and guided it higher. She pressed his palm over her right boob. He squeezed gently, thumb brushing in a slow arc that made her breath hitch. She arched into his touch a little, encouraging him without words. Haley's free hand cupped the back of his neck, fingers threading into his hair as she kissed him deeper and sucking on his lips and tongue. Jack responded with the same hunger, mindful of every taped spot on his body but clearly not willing to stop. Then her phone rang on the nightstand. They both froze mid-kiss. Haley pulled back just far enough to groan against his lips. She thought of ignoring the call, but take the call. It could be important. Haley reached over and grabbed the phone. She swiped to answer and put it on speaker without thinking. Hey, Dad. Phil's voice came through bright and rushed. Hey, sweetheart. How's our star quarterback / best-selling author doing today? Still looking like a walking first aid kit. Haley glanced at Jack, who gave a small thumbs up with his good hand. He's okay. Crutches, ice packs, the usual. We're just hanging out. Jack raised an eyebrow at her choice of words. She swatted his arm lightly. Good, good, Phil said. Listen, I hate to do this, but I just got a call from a huge client. Like, potential mansion in the hills huge. I need to run to the office right now to put out some fires before they turn into forest fires. Your mom's out with Gloria and Alex doing whatever mysterious thing they do when they're together, and I can't leave Luke home alone. I don't want him to microwave a burrito inside its foil wrapper. Can you come home and make sure he doesn't burn the house down? Or himself. Or both. Haley closed her eyes for a second, the universal teenage expression for, why now? She looked at Jack, who gave her a small nod that said go ahead. Yeah, okay, she said into the phone. I'll be heading home. Tell Luke if he starts any fires, I'm making him eat the ashes. Phil laughed. You're the best. Tell Jack we're proud of him on his successful book launch and no more fence vaulting until the doctor clears him. Love you, kiddo. Love you too, Dad. She hung up with a dramatic sigh. Saved by the world's most dramatic ringtone. Jack chuckled, then winced when the movement pulled at his ribs. Timing could have been worse. 5 more minutes and your dad would have walked in on something that requires way more explaining. Haley leaned down and kissed him once more, quick but sweet. To be continued. Deal, he said. Bring me back a victory burrito next time. She smiled and slid off the bed, smoothing her shirt down. Only if you promise to rest and not try writing the next book with one hand while icing your ankle with the other. No promises. She rolled her eyes, grabbed her bag from the floor, and paused at the door. Text me if the numbers go up again. Or if you need anything. Or if you just want to brag some more. Already planning the next brag session, he said. Haley blew him a kiss, then walked out into the hallway. Jack listened to her footsteps fade down the stairs, then leaned back against the pillows and stared at the ceiling. He let out a slow breath, half laugh, half disbelief, and reached for his phone to check the dashboard one more time. The graph was still climbing. /. The next morning felt slower than usual. Jack finished letting the caretaker help him wash up. No proper shower yet, just a sponge bath, shampoo over the sink, and a lot of instructions about not slipping. He hated it, but he hated falling on his ankle even more. By the time he was back in bed in fresh clothes, he felt oddly restless. He reached for his phone on the nightstand, mostly to kill time until the next painkiller kicked in. Notifications flooded the screen as soon as he unlocked it. Messages about the book, teammates replaying highlights, and a few unknown numbers. He ignored all of it and opened his gallery instead and started scrolling backward through the camera roll. Hundreds of shots flew by in a colorful blur. Images of parties, and people wearing smiles so convincing they'd fool anyone on social media. He mindlessly swiped through, not really paying attention. Then came the movie set pictures. He stopped scrolling, his finger hovering over the screen. And there he was, just 10 years old. He was standing there in shoes that were way too big. He had that smile actors are told to give, and sporting messy hair that was clearly styled to look like it just, naturally messy. Directors were visible in the background, and boom mics were just barely out of the main shot. Someone next to him looked like they were right in the middle of laughing. He started scrolling again. Another set of photos. Different clothes this time, more people around. It looked like a read-through, with half the cast looking totally bored and the other half trying hard to seem interested. He kept going, his thumb moving slower and slower until it just stopped. An old photo from way back filled the screen. There she was, Dakota. The photo showed both of them standing shoulder to shoulder at what had to be the wrap party for that old comedy they filmed together. He wore a dumb paper party hat tilted sideways. She had glitter smeared across one cheek and a giant grin that made her eyes disappear into crescents. They both looked so young, so unbothered, arms slung around each other like they had known each other forever. Jack stared at the picture longer than he meant to. Something tight started uncoiling in his chest, slow at first, then faster. The memory hit him full force, the kind that arrives with its own soundtrack and smell and temperature. He remembered the exact corner of the rented hall where it happened. Quick flashback. Paper streamers were hanging down from the ceiling. The music was blasting so loud it was making the plastic cups on the table shake. It seemed like someone had turned the volume way up on a playlist filled with songs that nobody their age should even know the words to yet. Dakota tugged him away from the snack table, telling him she wanted to show him something cool outside. They stepped out onto the patio. The night air felt so fresh after being in that stuffy room. Orange streetlights were glowing just behind the fence. She turned to face him, still laughing about some dumb joke the director told during the final take. Then she stepped closer. Before he could process what was happening, she leaned in and pressed her lips against his, quick and soft, tasting faintly of cherry soda and cake frosting. Jack froze. His whole body went rigid. Heat rushed into his face so fast he thought his ears might catch fire. He jerked back, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand like he could erase it, and snapped at her. "What the hell, Dakota? Why would you do that?" She blinked, smile fading fast. I thought it would be funny. Or cute. I don't know. I think I like you and people who like each other kiss. It's not funny. That's my first kiss. You can't just take it like that. And we are just kids. It's not funny, Jack said, looking flustered and angry. Her face crumpled for a second before she forced a smile. "Sorry. I didn't. I'm sorry." Jack walked away. It was a big deal to him. He was just a kid. Kissing was something that happened in movies or on TV, not in real life, not yet, not to him. He liked girls fine. He just didn't want anything to do with dating or kissing or any of that confusing stuff people kept whispering about in the hallways at school. He wanted to keep things simple. He spent the rest of the party glued to the craft services table, pretending to be fascinated by the vegetable tray. Dakota didn't try to talk to him again that night. When shooting wrapped for good a few days later, they said polite goodbyes like polite kid actors do, and then they drifted into different projects and different lives. Flashback end. Jack blinked hard and looked at the photo again. The same two kids. The same smiles. But now he could see the tiny flicker of nervousness behind Dakota's eyes even back then. He hadn't noticed it at 12. He had been too busy feeling violated and embarrassed. He set the phone face down on the blanket and stared at the ceiling. That's why she was acting kinda awkwardly back then, and since I didn't bring that kiss up and continued to act normal, she must have thought I forgot all about it, he mumbled to himself with a small chuckle. The phone buzzed, pulling him out of the ceiling stare. He flipped it over fast, half expecting Haley's name or maybe one of those random publicist numbers that kept popping up since the book took off. Instead, the screen showed Dakota's name. "What a coincidence," he muttered. He answered. "Hey." There was a tiny pause on the other end, like she had not expected him to pick up that fast. "Hi," Dakota said. Her voice sounded lighter than usual, but there was something careful under it. "Am I interrupting anything?" Jack glanced at the ceiling again, then at his taped ankle. "Yeah, I was in the middle of my intense training montage," he said dryly. Lots of ice packs and dramatic staring at the wall. She laughed softly. "Okay, that tracks." He shifted slightly against the pillows. "And," he added, "I was just thinking about you just now." Another pause. "Oh?" she asked, and this time the word carried actual surprise. "Yeah," he said. "I was scrolling through old set pictures. Found that wrap party photo. The one with the ridiculous paper hats and way too much glitter." She groaned lightly. "Please tell me you are not about to send that to anyone." "Tempting," he replied. "You had glitter on your cheeks after that balloon burst. And you looked like you had never worn real shoes in your life," she shot back. "Those things were huge." He chuckled a bit. There was a small silence that felt different from the playful ones. It stretched just long enough to matter. "I remember that night," Dakota said quietly. "Yeah," he answered. Another second passed. "I kind of called to ask how you are," she continued, voice steadier now. "I saw the game clips online. That touchdown was insane. And then I was reading the comments and they were saying that you got hurt. Are you okay?" She sounded concerned. "Sprained ankle, bruised ribs, shoulder strain," he recited. "Doctor says I will live to annoy people another day." "Good," she said quickly, and the relief in her voice was not subtle. "I mean, not good that you got hurt. You know what I mean." "I know what you mean. Total bed rest, I guess." "Yeah, doctors say 6 weeks and I'll be back to normal. Or close to it. 6 weeks sucks." Her tone softened. "You hate sitting still. I remember that from set. You We're always bouncing your leg under the table during notes, driving the AD crazy. He smiled despite himself. Still do it. Haley calls it my tell. Says she knows I'm antsy when my foot starts going. Another tiny pause. Haley. Right. Your girlfriend. Yeah. He kept his voice even, casual. Dakota said. She seems sweet from the clips I've seen. The way she jumped you on the field after the win and you too. There was an awkward pause. Well, she got grounded for a week by her mom for that kiss, Jack said casually as he shifted a bit on the bed. Enough about me, what are you up to? Dakota thought for a moment before replying. My life's been weirdly quiet lately. Too many auditions, not enough good roles. Then I saw your book trending everywhere. My sister loved it and kept bugging me to ask you when the sequel is dropping. By the way, congrats on the success of your book. Thanks. And tell her, next time we meet, I'll give her the early edition of the book but she gotta keep it a secret, Jack replied. What about me? She asked. You can share and maybe have a sibling fight over who is going to read first and spoilers, he replied with a smile, already imagining Dakota and Elle fighting. You're evil. I know. Then there was another moment of comfortable pause. Hey, Dakota, he started, then stopped. Yeah, can I ask you something kind of random? There was a tiny inhale on her end. Sure. That night, at the wrap party, I handled that badly. I was a kid and I freaked out, but I shouldn't have snapped at you like that, Jack said. She didn't answer right away. I thought you forgot, she said finally. I didn't forget, he said. I just didn't know what to do with it. It felt like this huge thing in my head at the time. No, she replied softly. I could tell I messed up the second you pulled back. I was so embarrassed I wanted to dig a hole in the ground and disappear. He closed his eyes briefly, picturing it. I'm sorry, he said. For making you feel that way. She let out a slow breath that almost sounded like she had been holding it for years. Thank you, she said. I'm sorry too. I didn't mean to take something from you. I just, like you. I mean, liked you. And I thought that was what you were supposed to do when you liked someone. Yeah, he murmured. Turns out nobody actually explains that stuff properly. A faint laugh slipped from her end. No, they really don't. The tension that had been sitting quietly between them loosened just a little. So, she said after a moment, shifting the mood. You were thinking about me because of ancient photographic evidence. I was thinking about you because the internet won't shut up about your book. I guess that makes us even. Guess it does, he replied. He hesitated again, then spoke more carefully. I'm glad you called. I'm glad you answered, she said. Another pause followed, softer this time. Rest, she added gently. Heal properly. And don't pretend you're invincible just because you dramatically caught a football. I would never, he said with mock offense in his voice. You absolutely would, she shot back. He smiled despite himself. Hey, she continued, quieter now. You mind if I drop by around 2 p.m.? Jack went still for half a second, staring at the ceiling again like it might offer guidance. He said, buying himself a second. Drop by. Yeah, Dakota replied, her voice careful but steady. Just to check on you. I promise I won't bring glitter or steal any more milestone moments. He let out a quiet breath through his nose. My house is kind of chaotic lately, he said. Caretaker comes and goes. My parents are hovering like I'm made of glass. I can handle hovering parents, she said softly. We survived network executives at 12. I think we'll live. That made him smile despite the knot forming in his stomach. 2 p.m. Haley usually texts around lunchtime. Sometimes she stopped by after school when she could. Still, this wasn't wrong. Dakota was an old friend. They had just cleared years of weird tension. That was healthy, and it's normal for friends to check up on an injured friend. Okay, he said finally. 2 p.m. is fine. Cool. Her voice lifted a little, like she'd been bracing for a no. I'll bring something edible that isn't hospital jello. Any requests? Anything that doesn't require a straw. Surprise me. Deal. See you then. She hung up before he could add anything else. Jack dropped his phone on his side and slowly sat up, leaning back on the pillow. He then took the laptop from the night table. Might as well get some work done. Let's write a movie script. He opened the laptop, booted and then opened Docs. He typed, Zombieland. Alright, perfect script for my big comeback after 17 again, he mumbled with a smile as he started to write. Jack closed the laptop with a satisfied nod after finishing 30% of the Zombieland script. He stretched his arms carefully and sighed. So boring. I need something new. He looked around the room. He grabbed his crutches and carefully walked to the closet. He opened it. There it was, the guitar that the spoiled Jack bought years ago on a whim but never learned to play. There you are. He grabbed the guitar case and carried it back to the bed. He sat down and placed the crutches on the side. He opened the box. Ooh, the strings were rusted. He stared at them for a second, then grabbed the replacement pack he bought along with the guitar. Replacing the strings took longer than he expected. His hands moved slowly because of the shoulder strain, and the old ones kept slipping out of the tuning pegs before he could get the new ones seated right. After 20 minutes of quiet cursing and one near miss where the high E snapped and stung his thumb, the guitar finally had fresh steel. He strummed once, winced at the sour clang, then spent another 5 minutes tuning by ear until the open chords sounded clean. With the guitar balanced across his lap, he grabbed the instruction book from the nightstand drawer and propped his phone against a pillow. The YouTube tutorial loaded quickly, some calm-voiced guy in a flannel shirt promising that anyone could learn 3 basic chords in 10 minutes. Jack hit play. He had always trusted his photographic memory to carry him through anything visual or sequential. He watched the instructor's fingers once, then again at half speed, freezing frames when the camera angle changed. The shapes burned into his head instantly. G major looked like a perfect little claw, C felt open and friendly, D required that awkward stretch across 3 strings. He could see every position clearly, even after he closed his eyes. Alrighty then, Jack grinned confidently. It's showtime. The problem arose the second he tried to make his left hand actually do what his brain remembered. His fingers refused to land together. The ring finger flattened when it should have arched, the pinky curled uselessly instead of pressing down, and every time he tried to switch from G to C, the whole hand cramped like it had forgotten how to relax. The strings buzzed against the frets no matter how hard he pressed, and the sound came out thin and angry instead of warm. Ah, crap, he sighed. It's freakin' hard. And he didn't sound confident anymore. Jack took a deep breath and started over. Not gonna give up now. Hard work always pays off. He nodded to himself, but then remembered his past life, and quickly shrugged. Well, sometimes. He played the G chord 10 times in a row, lifting his hand completely between each one so he had to rebuild the shape from scratch. Then he tried the switch again. Buzz, buzz. A clean note, finally, but only because he had slowed down to about 1 change every 5 seconds. He kept at it. The tutorial moved on to strumming patterns, simple down up stuff that looked effortless on screen. Jack copied the motion with his right hand first, no strings, just air, until the rhythm felt natural. Then he brought the left hand back in. The first full strum produced something that almost resembled music, except the C chord sounded more like a dying cat because his middle finger had slipped off the string. He chuckled, then reset his grip and tried again. Time passed in small chunks measured by chord changes and failed strums. His shoulder throbbed dully from holding the neck at that angle, and his ankle protested every time he shifted weight on the bed, but he stayed with it. The tutorial looped the same section 3 times before he paused the video and just played the 3 chords in a slow circle, G, C, D, back to G. Each loop sounded a fraction less terrible than the one before. Eventually, he called the caretaker to help him set up on the balcony. A few minutes later, he sat on the long chair, with his legs stretched, and rested. The guitar across his thighs. The instruction book lay open beside him, phone propped on the armrest with the tutorial still paused on the screen. He picked up where he left off. G to C, buzz, reset, G to C again. 1 clean note, then 2, then the full chord rang for half a second before his pinky gave out. He kept going, stubborn now, chasing that tiny improvement with every repetition. An hour passed, but he barely noticed. His world narrowed to the feel of the strings under his fingertips and the slow stubborn progress of muscle memory finally starting to catch up to the perfect pictures in his head. Somewhere in the middle of the 10th loop, the D chord came out clear for the first time, a solid warm sound that surprised him enough to make him stop and stare at his own hand as if it belonged to someone else. Huh, I'm a genius. He smiled and then started the circle again from the top. 2:05 p.m. The knock on his bedroom door came, but Jack was too busy fighting with his pinky to notice it. Down, down, up, down, up. The rhythm came out shaky, but closer to right than wrong. He transitioned from G to C without completely muting the strings, which felt like a small miracle considering how badly it had sounded an hour ago. His fingers still trembled when he lifted them, but now they landed almost where they were supposed to go. After a few more unanswered knocks, Dakota pushed the door open and stepped inside. She was wearing her favorite pink dress as usual and was carrying a paper bag. The guitar notes reached her. She stopped just inside the doorway as she noticed Jack. He sat out on the balcony with a guitar. He strummed once, paused to adjust his ring finger, then strummed again. The notes floated back into the room, rough around the edges but unmistakably improving. Dakota stayed quiet near the door. She set the bag down on the little coffee table in the corner of the room, without a sound, and leaned one shoulder against the wall, arms crossed loosely. He's learning, huh, she thought. Jack had not noticed her at all. His brows were pulled together in deep concentration. Every time he shifted the guitar slightly, his shoulder stiffened before he adjusted again. He looked focused in a way she had not seen since they were kids trying to nail complicated lines during late-night shoots. He switched from C to D. The first attempt buzzed. He muttered something under his breath. Second attempt. Clear. He froze and stared at his fingers like they had just performed a magic trick. Huh, I am actually getting this, he said to himself with a quiet laugh. Dakota smiled before she could stop herself. He reset and tried the whole progression again. G, C, D, back to G. This time, it sounded rough, but recognizable, like a beginner version of a real song trying to break through. He missed a strum and groaned. Come on, brain, you literally memorized entire scripts in one read. Why are 6 strings winning right now? Dakota let out a small laugh before she could swallow it. Jack's head snapped up. He turned slightly and saw Dakota picking up the paper bag and walking toward him. Dakota raised one hand in a small wave. Hey, rockstar, didn't mean to sneak up on you. I knocked, but you didn't answer. No worries. How long have you been standing there? He asked. Long enough to witness the birth of a future rock legend, she replied. That's a nice dream. Maybe one day, who knows? But right now, I think I'll stick to acting and writing, he replied, finally putting the guitar down. He looked at his phone's screen. I kinda lost track of time. His stomach grumbled. And I'm hungry. Dakota walked over and sat on the empty chair next to him. She placed the paper bag on the small table between them and started unpacking it. Lucky you, I brought turkey sandwiches and chicken burritos, she said as she pulled out the wrapped food. Figured you might want options. Jack leaned back a little in the lounger and gave her a tired but grateful grin. You just saved me from eating chicken soup and bread again. Seriously, thank you. She handed him a turkey sandwich first, then set a burrito on the table for later. No problem. I remembered you always went for turkey back on set when they had those crafty trays. Thought it might still be your safe choice. You remembered? He asked. Yeah, she smiled a little. Some things just stick with you. He unwrapped the sandwich and took a big bite right away. The bread was soft, the turkey tasted fresh, and whatever sauce she picked actually worked. He chewed for a second before speaking again. This is way better than anything I've had this week. You're officially my favorite visitor today. Dakota laughed softly as she unwrapped her burrito. So, guitar. Jack swallowed and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Yeah, I decided today was the day I finally learned guitar. Bad idea with a busted shoulder, but I got stubborn about it. Dakota took a small bite of her burrito and chewed slowly while she watched him flex his left hand a couple of times. She swallowed and said, You really should not push too much with that shoulder right now. The doctor probably told you to take it easy. If you keep forcing the arm into weird positions like that, you are only going to make the strain worse and delay the whole healing process. Jack looked down at his fingers, which still looked a little red from pressing on the strings. He gave a short laugh and rubbed the back of his neck with his good hand. Yeah, you were right. It was a bad idea. I got caught up in the moment and figured I could muscle through it like everything else. Now, I need to pop a painkiller. She nodded. Exactly. You have 6 weeks to heal properly. Plenty of time to pick the guitar back up once the doctor clears you. No need to turn a sprain into something that keeps you off your feet even longer. He took another bite of the turkey sandwich and chewed while he thought about it. Fair point. I will put the guitar away for now and stick to stuff that does not involve twisting my arm into pretzels. Maybe I will just watch more tutorials and let my brain do the work until the body catches up. After a few minutes of eating in silence, Dakota said, "You know what the last 3 scripts I got were? One was about a high school girl who discovers she's secretly a mermaid princess. Another had me playing a genius hacker who saves the world with her laptop in under 90 minutes. And the third one, a rom-com where the girl falls for her brother's best friend, but plot twist, the brother is actually the villain. I swear the writers must pull these out of the same dusty box labeled, clichés nobody asked for." Jack laughed through a mouthful of turkey. Mermaid princess sounds rough. Do they at least give you a cool tail, or is it one of those cheap CGI ones that looks like plastic wrap? Plastic wrap. Definitely plastic wrap. She took a sip from the water bottle she brought from the mini fridge a few minutes ago. I keep saying yes to auditions because saying no feels like giving up, but then I read the pages and wonder why I'm still showing up. I want something with actual content. Something that doesn't make me roll my eyes every 5 lines. They kept talking while the food slowly disappeared. Dakota told him about the one decent script she had read in the last 6 months, a quiet coming-of-age story about sisters dealing with their mom's sudden move across the country. Jack shared how he planned the upcoming sequel to his book and that he plans to keep away from football. They swapped stories about bad auditions, worse directors, and the strange way random people now recognized him from the touchdown clip instead of the old kid movies. Before either of them checked the time, the light outside had shifted and Dakota glanced at her phone. Whoa, it's almost 4:30. Jack blinked. Already? That flew. She stood up and started gathering the wrappers. I have tuition at 5, so I should probably head out. Jack pushed himself up carefully from the lounger. Yeah, don't want you late. Dakota grabbed the guitar first and carried it inside. Jack followed on the crutches, moving slowly. She set the guitar case down beside the bed, then turned to help him lower himself onto the mattress. He sat with a small grunt, then swung his legs up and leaned back against the pillows. Thanks for the assist, he said. And for the food. And for keeping me company. She smiled as she picked up her bag and slung it over her shoulder. Heal up, okay. No more secret Guitar Hero sessions until the doctor gives the green light. Promise. Scout's honor. You were never a scout. How did you know? Instinct. Fair enough. Text me if you need anything. Or, Dakota pressed her lips together. Jack nodded. Yeah, I'll text you. Dakota nodded before walking out. // 4 weeks later, hospital. Jack sat on the edge of the hospital bed and rolled his shoulders slowly. The movement felt smooth and controlled, without any sharp pull or snapping tension in the muscle. Everything moved the way it was supposed to. Sarah stood near the window with her arms folded, watching him as if she expected something to slip out of place at any second. Richard stood near the door with the same cautious expression people wore when waiting for a magic trick to go wrong. The doctor flipped through the test reports for the 3rd time. All right, he muttered, glancing from the clipboard to Jack and back again. Lift both arms over your head. Jack raised them easily. Rotate. He did. Now reach behind your back. He complied without hesitation. The doctor's frown deepened. And the ankle. Jack slid off the bed and stood upright. He shifted his weight onto the previously injured foot and bent his knee slightly. His balance stayed steady, and his posture remained relaxed. He even did a couple of quick jumps and walked around the room twice. Sarah blinked in surprise. You were not even limping. I told you I felt fine, Jack said with a small shrug. I mean, genuinely fine. The doctor stepped closer. He bent down and pressed along the side of Jack's ankle, checking for swelling. His fingers moved carefully over the joint before he applied light resistance. Flex forward. Jack followed the instructions. Now back. He did that as well. The doctor looked genuinely puzzled. The initial scans showed a severe sprain with ligament stress, bruised ribs, and a shoulder strain that should have required at least 6 weeks before physical therapy. Jack gave a crooked smile. Guess I am built different. Richard let out a brief laugh that faded when the doctor did not return it. Recovery usually does not progress this quickly, the doctor said. Your swelling has resolved, your range of motion is normal, and your strength response is stable. At this stage, I would normally expect you to be still recovering. I am not faking it, Jack said, half amused and half defensive. You can make me do jumping jacks if you want. Sarah shot him a warning look. Do not push it. The doctor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Walk to the door and back. Jack walked across the room. He turned smoothly and returned the same way. A brief, heavy quiet settled over the room. Well, the doctor finally said as he closed the chart, from a clinical standpoint, I cannot justify scheduling physical therapy if there is no instability, no pain response, and no functional limitation. Sarah straightened. So he is cleared. I will run one more scan to confirm ligament integrity, the doctor replied. If it matches what I am seeing here, then yes. He appears fully healed. Dang, I got a fast healing cheat. Luckily, it ain't instantaneous or else, I'd be lying in a government experiment lab, Jack thought. Richard shook his head slowly. That is incredible. It has only been 4 weeks. I guess he got my good genes. Sarah shot Richard a look. Our good genes, Richard corrected. For injuries of this severity, the doctor said, nodding, I would normally expect residual weakness by now. Instead, his recovery curve looks closer to what we see after a mild strain. Jack lifted his arms again, simply because he could. His shoulder moved freely, without any tug of stiffness, and even his ribs felt normal when he twisted at the waist. Are you feeling any pain at all? The doctor asked. Nope, Jack replied. I kept waiting for something to flare up again, but I'm good. Maybe the first scans were glitched up. The doctor gave a slow nod. I will document this as an accelerated recovery. It is uncommon, but it does happen. Some athletes heal faster than projected, especially at your age. Jack almost laughed at the word athletes. A nurse arrived to escort them for imaging. Jack's parents followed, exchanging uncertain glances. As the machine hummed around him, Jack stared at the ceiling. 4 weeks ago, he had prepared himself for stiffness, frustration, and slow progress. Instead, every morning had felt easier than the last. The swelling had faded quickly, the bruises had disappeared, and his strength had returned with unsettling speed. When they returned to the room, the doctor reviewed the images in silence. The ligaments are intact, he said at last. The inflammation has resolved, and the tissue alignment is stable. Sarah finally released a long breath. So he really is okay. Yes, the doctor replied, still sounding faintly puzzled. Jack leaned back against the bed, unable to hide his grin. I told you. The doctor handed Jack a clearance form. Ease back into activity. Avoid full contact for 2 weeks as a precaution, and return if you notice swelling or discomfort. Jack accepted the paper and studied it like a prize. As they prepared to leave, Sarah rested a gentle hand on his arm. Don't even think about running around for 2 weeks. Yes, Mom. I promise, Jack replied with a sigh. The automatic doors slid open and a rush of cool morning air followed them outside. Jack took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. Richard unlocked the car and waited until Sarah and Jack settled in before starting the engine. Traffic was light for a Saturday morning. We should celebrate, Sarah said from the passenger seat. Richard glanced at her and nodded once. I agree. Jack leaned back and watched the buildings pass outside his window. We haven't had breakfast, lunch or dinner together in a while. So, maybe we can eat together today. I mean, if you two have time. Sarah's smile faded slightly at Jack's suggestion. I'm sorry, she said quietly. Your father and I have both been buried in new projects. There have been back-to-back meetings all week. I should have cleared more time. Richard kept his eyes on the road, his jaw tightening just a little. Jack nodded. It's all right. I understand. Hollywood keeps everyone busy. Sarah turned halfway in her seat to look at him. That doesn't mean we don't want to be there. Before the moment could sink too deeply, Richard spoke. Meetings can wait. Today we are going to spend quality time together as a family. Everything else can be rescheduled. Sarah glanced at him in mild surprise because he never rescheduled any meeting unless it was an extreme emergency. But today, she could see the subtle change in him, and she was certain that he smiled when Jack asked if they could eat together. Ever since Jack turned around his life, Richard changed too, in a good way, and she loved it. It was as if she were looking at the younger version of Richard back when they were still in college. I already told my assistant to clear the afternoon, Richard added. Jack looked between them. You did. Richard gave a small nod. Yes. He took the next lane instead of heading home. The car turned onto a quieter street lined with palm trees and modern storefronts. Jack sat up a little straighter, noticing the change in direction. Where are we going? He asked. Richard gave a small smile, but kept his eyes forward. You'll see. A few minutes later, the car slowed in front of a modern glass-fronted building with understated gold lettering above the entrance, Alara. Valet attendants in dark uniforms stepped forward as Richard pulled up to the curb. The restaurant carried the quiet confidence of a place that did not need to announce itself loudly. Jack stared through the window. This is new. Richard turned off the engine. I bought it last week. Quiet acquisition. Jack blinked, processing the words. You bought this place. Sarah opened her door. 3 Michelin stars. The previous owner was ready to retire. Your father saw an opportunity. They stepped out of the car. Richard handed the keys to the valet and walked around to join them. The entrance doors opened automatically, and a host greeted Richard by name. They looked as if they were old friends. The space inside felt open and organized. It had high ceilings and soft natural light coming through sheer panels. Tables were far apart, allowing for private conversations. Even at this early hour, the dining room was about a third full. A few staff members moved efficiently, setting tables for lunch. The host led them to a corner table near a window that overlooked a small private garden. Richard pulled out Sarah's chair, then took the seat across from Jack. Jack settled in and looked around again. The menu on the table was simple, bound in dark leather, with no prices listed. He opened it carefully. This is a lot, he said. Richard nodded. It is meant to be. The chef focuses on seasonal ingredients and clean flavors. Nothing overcomplicated. So, they have everything? Jack asked, closing the menu. Richard nodded. Yeah, pretty much. Jack said, I want a burger. Not the fancy stuff with gold flakes or caviar and whatnots. I want a real cheeseburger. Can the chef make a perfect classic cheeseburger? Richard closed the menu and lifted his hand slightly. A waiter approached the table. 3 classic cheeseburgers. Medium on the patties, American cheese, standard toppings. Add fries on the side for all of us. I'll have a Diet Coke. Jack. Dr. Pepper for me, Jack said. Sarah smiled at the waiter. Classic lemonade for me, thank you. The waiter gave a quick nod, repeated the order once to confirm, and walked away toward the kitchen. The table settled into a comfortable quiet for a moment. Jack traced the edge of his water glass with one finger while he waited. Sarah leaned forward slightly and broke the silence. So, how are things with Haley? Jack looked up and met her eyes. Good. Really good, actually. We've been talking every day. She comes by the house a couple of times a week when her schedule allows it. We watch movies or just sit and talk. Sarah nodded slowly. That sounds steady. I'm glad she's been there for you. She has, Jack said. Even when I was stuck in bed feeling useless, she never made it feel like a chore to hang out. Richard rested his forearms on the table. That is important. Someone who shows up when things are inconvenient. Jack nodded. She did. Sarah smiled faintly. I remember being that age. Everything feels intense, even when it is simple. She leaned back slightly, like she was pulling an old memory off a shelf. You know, she began, her voice softer now, when I first met your dad, he was not exactly the calm, composed guy you see sitting there. Richard raised an eyebrow. I was always calm and composed. She gave him a look. You were a disaster. Jack grinned. This already sounds good. Sarah laughed quietly. We met in college. Your father thought he was very smooth. He wore leather jackets in summer and quoted films nobody else had seen. I thought he was a show-off. Richard nodded. I was confident. You spilled coffee on my book the first week we talked. That was strategic, Richard said with a straight face. It gave me an excuse to sit next to you in class in the name of sharing a book. Jack let out a small laugh. That is actually kind of genius. Sarah shook her head. It was not genius. It was clumsy. But somehow, it worked. We started studying together, then grabbing late dinners, then staying up until 2 in the morning arguing about everything from politics to which movie had the best soundtrack. Richard's expression softened at that. It felt easy, Sarah continued. Even when we disagreed, it felt easy. She paused for a second, fingers lightly tracing the edge of the table. About 8 months into dating, I got into a car accident. Jack's smile faded slightly. It was raining, Sarah said. Some guy ran a red light. I remember the headlights coming toward me and then nothing for a few seconds. When I woke up in the hospital, both of my arms were in casts and I had cracked ribs. I could barely sit up without feeling like my chest was tearing. Jack's posture straightened. I was 20, she went on. I hated feeling helpless. I could not brush my own hair. I could not even hold a spoon properly. I felt embarrassed all the time. I still remember that night. Your dad came to the hospital that first night. Richard shifted slightly in his chair. Sarah smiled faintly at him. He walked in, trying to look strong. I remember that very clearly. He had that serious expression like he was preparing for a business meeting. Then he saw me. She glanced at Jack, and his face just fell. Richard cleared his throat. I don't recall that. You cried, Sarah said gently. I absolutely did not cry. Jack leaned forward. Dad. Richard looked at him, trying to keep his composure. I might have had something in my eye. Sarah laughed softly as she reached and grabbed his hand. You stood next to the bed, trying to say something reassuring. Your voice cracked halfway through the first sentence. Then you just grabbed my hand very carefully so you would not hurt the casts and your eyes filled up. Richard looked down at the table for a moment, then back at Sarah with a reluctant smile. I thought you were going to leave, Sarah admitted quietly. We were young and accidents are messy. Recovery is slow. It is not glamorous. I told him he did not have to stay. Jack listened without interrupting. Richard leaned back in his chair. That was not even a question in my mind. Sarah nodded. He showed up every single day. He fed me when I could not hold utensils properly. He learned how to help me sit up without putting pressure on my ribs. He brushed my hair when it started tangling because I could not lift my arms high enough. Jack's throat tightened a little. He brought my class notes, she continued. Sat next to me and read them out loud because I was too tired to focus. When physical therapy started, he sat in the waiting room through every appointment. Sometimes 3 hours at a time. Richard shrugged slightly, as if it had been nothing. It was not dramatic, Sarah said. There were no big speeches. Just small things every day. Consistent things. She looked directly at Jack. That is how I knew. Knew what? Jack asked. He was there for more than just the fun times. He stuck around when things got tough. He supported me when I was uncomfortable and frustrated, especially when I was angry and snapping at everyone because I hated being in casts. Richard gave a faint smile. You were very grumpy. I was in pain, she replied, though she was smiling too. Jack let out a quiet breath. And you stayed. Richard nodded. Of course I stayed. Sarah reached across the table and rested her hand lightly over Richard's. He even argued with one of the nurses, she added. Richard straightened. She was not adjusting the sling correctly. You barely knew what a sling was, Sarah said. I learned fast, Richard replied. Jack looked between them, something warm settling in his chest. So when you say Haley showed up, Sarah continued gently, that matters. It might feel simple right now. Just movie nights and sitting around. But showing up during the frustrating parts tells you a lot about a person. Jack nodded slowly. She never made me feel like I was broken. Even when I could not walk properly. She would just sit there and talk like nothing was wrong. Richard gave a small approving nod. That says something. She's a good girl, Sarah said. Make sure to take care of her. Jack nodded. I will. The waiter returned with their drinks, placing them carefully on the table. A few minutes later, the cheeseburgers arrived, perfectly stacked with melted American cheese and crisp fries on the side. Jack stared at the plate and let out a low whistle. Okay, that looks good. Richard glanced at him. Let us see if it lives up to your standards. They each picked up their burgers. Jack took a bite and paused mid-chew. His eyes widened slightly. Freakin' hell, this is perfect. That, he said after swallowing, is the best cheeseburger I have ever had. Sarah laughed. High praise. Richard allowed himself a satisfied smile. I will pass that along to the chef. Jack took another bite, then looked at his parents again. Thanks, he said, more serious now. For the burger? Richard asked lightly. For today, Jack replied. For clearing your schedules and being here. It means a lot to me. Sarah's expression softened. We are trying, she said quietly. We may not get it right every time, but we are trying. Richard nodded once. And we are proud of you. Jack looked down at his plate for a second, then back up. I am glad we did this, he said. So am I, Sarah replied. Dunphy House. July 1st rolled in hot and lazy, the kind of summer afternoon where the air conditioner hummed nonstop. Phil was out at work, and Claire took Luke to basketball practice. Only Alex and Haley were at home when Jack arrived 30 minutes ago. Haley sat cross-legged on the couch, while Jack sat beside her with his arm draped casually along the backrest. She had been poking at him for the last 10 minutes straight, trying every angle to crack the secret he kept dangling just out of reach. Come on, just tell me already, she said for what felt like the 100th time. Jack said. No. Haley groaned loudly and dropped her head on his shoulder. You have been teasing me about this surprise date for 3 days, she complained. 3 whole days. That is basically psychological torture. Jack tilted his head and let his grin widen slowly. If I tell you now, it stops being a surprise. That is the whole point of surprises, Haley. They surprise you. She narrowed her eyes and poked him in the ribs. You are the worst. I hate surprises when I have to wait for them. He caught her hand. Before she could poke him again and tugged her a little closer. Okay, fine. I might be convinced to spill early. But only if you pay the toll first. Her eyebrows shot up. The toll. Yep. He leaned closer to her face. A couple of kisses ought to do it. Fair trade. Haley smirked. You just needed an excuse to kiss me. She was already shifting forward. Maybe, he shrugged. Is it working? She cupped his face with both hands and kissed him once, soft and quick, then pulled back just enough to meet his gaze. That is one. Oh, it is working, he whispered. And are we counting kisses now? You said a couple. That means 2. She kissed him again, slower this time, lingering until his hand slid to the small of her back and pulled her in tighter. When they finally separated, both of them were breathing a little harder and smiling like idiots. Jack reached into the back pocket of his jeans and pulled out his wallet. He took 2 tickets out and held them up between 2 fingers so she could read the bold print across the top. What is TH? Haley stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes widened. She stared at the tickets for several seconds like her brain needed time to process what she was seeing. Then she looked back at Jack. Then back at the tickets. Jack, she whispered. Her eyes locked on the words Beyoncé, July 13th, front row center section. The date, the venue, the seat numbers. Everything is real and impossible at the same time. She blinked once, twice. Those are sold out. Like, completely sold out. People were camping online for hours and still got nothing. And the scalpers are selling them for thousands. How did you even? Jack shrugged one shoulder, trying to play it cool even though the corner of his mouth kept twitching upward. I have my ways. Pulled a couple of strings. Called in a favor from someone who knows someone. Figured you deserved something big after putting up with me and my busted ankle for weeks. Haley stared at the tickets another second longer, then launched herself at him. She wrapped both arms around his neck and crashed into his chest hard enough to knock a surprised laugh out of him. Before he could steady them both, she started kissing him again, fast and giddy, peppering his cheeks, his jaw, his mouth, anywhere she could reach. His wallet dropped on the couch. You were insane, she said between kisses. You were actually insane and I love you so much. Jack laughed as he tried to keep the tickets from getting crumpled. Yes, please try not to destroy them before the concert. Haley didn't care. She kept hugging him and kissing his cheek while grinning like she had just won the lottery. At that exact moment, footsteps came from the staircase. Alex appeared at the bottom, cello case slung over one shoulder like it weighed nothing. She stopped short when she saw the scene, sighed dramatically, and adjusted her glasses with her free hand. Seriously, you two, she said. Get yourselves a room, preferably one that is not the main living area where people have to walk through. Jack pulled back so fast he almost toppled sideways on the couch. He cleared his throat twice and raised a hand in a quick wave. Hey, Alex. Alex gave him a small, amused smile despite herself. Hey, Jack. She walked to the main door and opened it just as a familiar silver SUV rolled to a stop at the curb outside. Cam hopped out of the driver's seat first, waving enthusiastically with both arms like he had not seen them in years. Mitch climbed out more slowly, already shaking his head at Cam's energy. Alex glanced back over her shoulder. It is Cam and Mitch. Looks like the whole family reunion is starting early today. Haley quickly jumped up and whispered, hide the tickets, now. Jack quickly put them back in his wallet and put it back in his back pocket. Don't even mention anything about the concert before them. Cam and Mitch are big fans of Beyoncé, and if they hear that we are going there, they'll get all gloomy and probably will continue to bug you for a ticket, Haley warned him quickly. Haley's confession. Haley sat on the couch. Okay, Haley said, holding up a finger like she was about to present evidence in court. Today was supposed to be perfect. She began counting on her fingers. Mom and Luke. Gone. Dad. At work. Alex. She nodded with deep satisfaction. Finally going to her cello class. For a moment, she just sat there, smiling at the sheer beauty of the plan. That meant, she continued, leaning back against the couch cushions, Jack and I were going to be alone for the first time in like, a month. She sighed dramatically. Between exams, his injury, physical therapy, and my cheer schedule, our dates have basically been, hi, how are you? She mimicked Jack's voice. Good. Then she waved a hand dismissively. Okay, bye. Haley leaned forward a little, lowering her voice as if the couch itself might judge her. So today I had plans. She nodded to herself, confident. Making out plans. A beat passed. Her eyes widened slightly. I mean, like, a romantic moment, she corrected quickly. Then she smiled in that slightly guilty way that suggested she absolutely meant making out. Maybe a few moments. She rolled her eyes toward the ceiling. And then, of course, Mitch and Cam show up at the exact worst possible second. Haley threw her hands in the air. I swear they have some kind of supernatural radar for when people are about to kiss on the couch. She dropped her hands back to her lap, still annoyed. Then she leaned forward, lowering her voice to an intense whisper. And now we also have to hide the Beyoncé tickets. She slowly shook her head like someone describing a disaster in slow motion. Because if Cam finds out. Haley let the sentence hang in the air. He will emotionally spiral, she said firmly. Mitch will try to be supportive, but then he will spiral. She gestured with both hands as if chaos were unfolding right in front of her. And suddenly our day becomes a 3-hour discussion about the cultural importance of Beyoncé. She sighed. Which, yes, she admitted, she's iconic. Then she sat up straighter and pointed proudly to herself. But those are front row tickets. Haley smiled with quiet triumph. And they're Jack's and mine. Haley's confession end. //. Jack stayed seated on the couch, wallet safely tucked away again, while Haley met them with that oversized grin plastered across her face. It stretched so wide it looked almost painful, the kind of smile people flash when they are trying way too hard to look normal. Hey, you guys, she said, voice pitched a little higher than usual. What a surprise. Jack lifted a hand from the back of the couch. Hi, Mitch. Hi, Cam. Mitchell gave a small wave and a tired smile as he stepped inside. Hey, Jack. Hey, Hales. Cam, on the other hand, marched straight past Haley without answering her greeting. He dropped onto the couch right next to Jack and let out a long, theatrical sigh that seemed to pull all the air out of the room. Mitchell closed the front door behind them and leaned against it for a second, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Cam, come on. You can stop being grumpy now. Haley asked, looking between them. Okay, what happened? You both look like someone cancelled Christmas. Mitchell shrugged, casual, like he was trying to downplay the whole thing. It is nothing, really. We were supposed to go to this water park today. The one with the lazy river and those giant slides everyone talks about. But there was some emergency maintenance issue, pipes burst or something, and they shut the whole place down for the day. So we turned around and figured we would swing by here since we were already in the neighborhood. Haley nodded slowly. That is great. Really. But, there is kind of no one else home right now. Mom took Luke to basketball practice, Dad is at work, and Alex just left for her cello thing. So it is pretty quiet. Cam finally looked up from staring at his own knees. Quiet. Right. He turned his head toward Mitch, eyes narrowing just a fraction. It is nothing, huh? Mitchell shot him a warning glance. Cam stood up suddenly, arms flying out to the sides like he could no longer contain whatever was bubbling inside him. It is nothing. You are seriously going to stand there and say it is nothing? He spun toward Jack, pointing one finger in his direction but not quite accusing, more like he needed someone to witness the injustice. It was a high-profile party, Jack. A high-profile party. Everyone was talking about it for weeks. The guest list was insane. And there were actual rumors, solid rumors, that Channing Tatum was supposed to show up. Channing Tatum. In person. Possibly shirtless by the pool. And then the water park closes, and now we are here instead of living our best lives in floaties with celebrity. Eye candy. Haley bit the inside of her cheek to keep from laughing. She glanced at Jack, who was doing an admirable job of keeping his face neutral even though the corner of his mouth kept twitching. Cam dropped back onto the couch with a theatrical huff, crossing his arms tight across his chest. I had an outfit picked out. A very specific outfit. White linen shirt, open at the collar, sleeves rolled just so. I was going to look approachable yet mysterious. Now I am just sitting here in jeans. Jack cleared his throat. That does sound disappointing. Disappointing. Cam echoed. It is a tragedy. A modern tragedy. Mitch and Cam's confession. Mitchell and Cam sat side by side on the couch. Mitchell looked composed, the way someone does after explaining the same situation repeatedly for several hours. Cam, on the other hand, stared straight ahead like a man personally betrayed by the universe. Mitchell cleared his throat. So yes, the water park closed. His tone was calm, rational, almost painfully reasonable. A pipe burst. It happens. These things are part of life. You make plans, the plans change, and you adapt like mature adults. He gestured beside him toward Cam. I explained this several times in the car. Cam didn't even look at him. It wasn't just a water park, he said quietly, still staring forward, clearly wounded. Mitchell turned slightly. It was exactly a water park. Now Cam looked at him, scandalized. It was a high-profile water park event, he insisted. There's a difference. He sighed dramatically, like someone recounting a lost opportunity that might never come again. There were going to be influencers. Reality TV people. Someone said a backup dancer from Beyoncé's last tour was attending. Mitchell tried very hard to remain patient. I tried to comfort him, he explained. I suggested we get frozen yogurt. I offered to stop at the outlet mall. I even let him control the music in the car. Cam still looked miserable. And none of it replaced the very real possibility, he said solemnly, that Channing Tatum might have emerged from a wave pool like some kind of beautiful aquatic miracle. Mitchell blinked. Statistically, that was unlikely, he replied flatly. Cam immediately threw his hands into the air. Unlikely is not the same as impossible, Mitchell. He leaned back against the couch, still pouting. And now I'm here, he added bitterly. In jeans. Mitchell let out a slow, exhausted sigh. He's been like this all afternoon. Cam slumped slightly, his voice suddenly softer and mournful. I had the perfect linen shirt. Mitch and Cam's confession ends. 3 hours later, Haley practically bounced on her toes as she held the front door open wide. Okay, bye, you guys. Drive safe. Tell me how the replacement plans go. She called after Cam and Mitch, her voice bright and just a shade too enthusiastic. Cam turned halfway down the walkway, still clutching his phone like it personally owed him an apology. If you hear anything about pop-up Beyoncé events in the next 48 hours, text me immediately. I'm serious. Will do. Haley gave an exaggerated thumbs up. Mitchell offered a small, sympathetic wave. Thanks for letting us crash your afternoon, Hales. Jack. Jack lifted a hand from the couch. Anytime. Haley watched as they drove away, then she closed the door. She exhaled like she'd been holding her breath underwater for 3 minutes. She spun on her heel, eyes sparkling, already crossing the living room back toward Jack with purpose. Okay, she said, voice dropping to that conspiratorial whisper she used when the house was finally hers again. They're gone. No more water park tragedy monologues. No more linen shirt eulogies. Just you, me, this couch, and approximately 0 interruptions for the next. The front door swung open again. Haley froze mid-step, smile locked in place like someone hit pause. Claire walked in first, keys jangling, gym bag slung over one shoulder. Luke walked behind her, basketball tucked under his arm. 45 seconds, Haley finished under her breath. Right on cue, Phil bounded through the doorway last, practically vibrating with good news energy. His tie was loosened, top button undone, and he was grinning so wide it looked like it might hurt. Family. We are home and we are victorious. Phil announced to the room like he was addressing a stadium. 2 houses sold today. 2. That's commission checks plural, people. Claire rolled her eyes but couldn't quite hide her smile. Yes, honey, we heard you screaming it from the driveway. Jack stood up. Mr. and Mrs. Dunphy, he said, giving them both a warm nod. Hey, Luke. Hey, Jack, Luke said, looking dead tired. Jack. Phil lit up even brighter, crossing the room in 2 long strides to clap him on the shoulder. The man, the myth, the legend. How's our favorite actor/author/football star doing? Doing great, thanks, Jack replied with a warm smile. Congrats on the double sale. That's huge. Phil waved it off like it was nothing, though his chest puffed out half an inch. Just doing what I do. Selling dreams, one open house at a time. Claire dropped her bag by the stairs and glanced between Jack and Haley. Her mom radar pinged instantly. Haley was standing a little too straight, smiling a little too brightly, cheeks still faintly pink from earlier. Everything okay here? Claire asked, one eyebrow arching. Totally fine, Haley said, way too fast. We were just hanging out. Watching TV. Normal stuff. Mitch and Cam were here all day. They just left a moment ago. Luke snorted as he kicked his shoes toward the corner. You were making out again. I can tell. You get all shiny. Haley's mouth dropped open. I do not get shiny. You do, Luke said matter-of-factly, heading for the kitchen. It's gross. Claire shot Luke a half-hearted, language, look before turning back to Jack and Haley. Well, since we're all home now, how about we order pizza and celebrate Phil's big day? Unless you two had other plans. Haley's eyes flicked to Jack in a silent SOS. Jack read it instantly. But the thing is, he gets this vibe from Claire that she doesn't like him that much, so for now, he has to get on her good side. He cleared his throat. Actually, Mrs. Dunphy, pizza sounds great. He then looked at Phil. And Haley told me that you learned a couple of new magic tricks. So, I was thinking, if it isn't much, can you show me a few tricks? Phil's expression turned serious as he instantly agreed. Done. So, as everyone went to their rooms to change and clean up, Haley dragged Jack into the kitchen. Why? We can hang out at my place tomorrow. And right now, I need to get on your parents' good side, especially your mom's good side, because I get this feeling that she is not sure if I am good enough for you. So, can you bear with this for a while? Jack said as he put his hands on her waist. All right, she nodded. But I want to see it before you leave. He raised an eyebrow. She simply looked down. Jack chuckled. Okay, that can be arranged. //. The next morning started early. Jack stepped into the private gym inside one of his dad's studio buildings. The place looked more like a professional training center than a regular gym. Polished hardwood floors covered half the space for agility drills. The other half held racks of weights, cable machines, squat cages, and benches that looked barely used. Jack whistled quietly while walking farther inside. Okay, this is definitely not the YMCA. A tall guy near the squat rack turned around when he heard Jack's voice. He looked to be in his mid-30s, built like someone who had spent most of his life around barbells. Short dark hair, clean beard, and a clipboard tucked under one arm. "You must be Jack," the man said while walking over. "That obvious." The guy grinned and held out his hand. "Name's Marcus. Your dad asked me to train you for the next couple of months." Jack shook his hand. "Appreciate you helping me out," Jack said. "Though I should warn you, I haven't seriously trained since high school football." Marcus glanced at him up and down. "That's fine. You already have a decent frame and athletic base. My job is just shaping it the right way for the role." Jack nodded while looking around again. "So what's the plan? Run until I throw up?" Marcus chuckled while flipping the clipboard open. "Relax. First day is assessment. I want to see your mobility, balance, and strength levels before we push anything heavy." Jack rolled his shoulders slowly. "The doctor cleared me a month ago, so everything should be good." "Your dad mentioned the injury," Marcus said while pointing toward the open training mat area. "Start with some dynamic warm-ups." Jack followed the instructions. He did arm circles, hip rotations, light lunges, and bodyweight squats. Marcus watched closely and took notes on his clipboard. "Shoulder looks stable," he muttered. "Ankle too." Jack dropped into another squat. "I heal fast." Marcus raised an eyebrow but kept observing. "All right. Let's check strength." They moved to the bench press station. Marcus loaded a light bar first. "Warm up with 15. Jack laid back and pushed through the set easily. Marcus added more weight. "Now 10. Jack finished the second set with steady breathing. Another plate went on. "Let's see a clean 5. Jack pushed the bar up slowly. Muscles in his chest and arms tightened while he finished the final representative. Marcus nodded with quiet approval. "Not bad. Is this really your first time in a gym workout?" Jack sat up and nodded. "Yeah. I guess, football conditioning sticks with you longer than you'd think." Next came pull-ups. Jack grabbed the bar and pulled himself up 8 times before dropping to the floor. Marcus tapped the clipboard again and mumbled, "Solid base strength." They switched to dumbbells next. They did shoulder presses, bent rows, and core exercises. After 40 minutes, Jack leaned against a rack to catch his breath. Marcus walked over and gave him a bottle of water. He looked slightly impressed. He said, "You did better than most actors on their first day." Jack drank half the bottle and took a deep breath. Then he looked at Marcus and said, "Please tell me you didn't just insult half your clients." Marcus laughed. "I train athletes too, so I have high standards." Jack wiped sweat from his forehead. "So how buff are we trying to get here?" Marcus leaned back against the rack. "Your dad showed me concept art for the character. Athletic but believable. Think basketball player build." Jack nodded slowly. "Lean muscle. Explosive movement." "Exactly," Marcus replied. "Strength training 4 days a week. Agility and conditioning twice a week. Recovery work on Sundays. And you'll have to follow a diet plan." Jack stared at him. "That sounds like a full-time job." Marcus gave a calm smile. "For the next few months, it basically is." Jack stretched his arms above his head. "You know what? I'm actually looking forward to it." Marcus closed the clipboard. "Good. Because tomorrow we start the real work." Jack glanced toward the weight racks again and grinned. "Well, how hard can it be?" 4 days later. 4 days later, Jack discovered the answer to his own question. It was very hard. Jack lay flat on the gym floor, staring at the ceiling while trying to remember how breathing worked. Every muscle in his body felt like it had been replaced with wet cement. His arms refused to move. His legs felt heavier than the barbell plates stacked across the room. Marcus stood over him, holding the clipboard like a man completely unimpressed by human suffering. "Get up," Marcus said calmly. Jack slowly turned his head without lifting it off the floor. "I would love to, but I feel like a 90-year-old man with a broken hip, who is trying to get up from his bed to go to the bathroom." Marcus flipped a page on the clipboard. "You said you heal fast." "I heal fast from injuries," Jack corrected while groaning quietly. "This feels like legal torture." Marcus crouched next to him and pointed at the digital clock on the wall. Break time ends in 30 seconds. Jack closed his eyes. I regret everything I said on day 1. Marcus smiled a little. Most people do around day 3. Jack rolled to his side and pushed himself upright. The motion alone felt like climbing a mountain. His legs shook slightly when he stood up. Marcus walked toward the sled machine on the turf area and said, "Conditioning round." Jack stared at the sled like it had personally betrayed him. "You already made me do squats. You did 5 sets. I did 5 sets of death." Marcus started loading plates onto the sled. Explosive power training improves your acceleration. That matters for football and stunt work. Jack walked over slowly and grabbed the sled handles. He said, "My football coach never hated me this much." Marcus stepped back and pointed down the turf lane. Pushed to the end. Jack leaned forward and drove his legs. The sled moved, slowly at first. Then it gained a little speed. His thighs burned halfway down the lane. His lungs started screaming for air near the end. He crossed the line and collapsed over the handles. Marcus glanced at the stopwatch. "Good time." Jack didn't move. Marcus pointed back toward the starting line. 3 more. "Come on, you can do it. I am beginning to suspect you enjoy this." Jack looked up at him with dead eyes. "I enjoy progress," Marcus shrugged. And thus, the training session continued. Sunday, Jack's house. Jack was snoring loudly. The sound rattled faintly in his chest and escaped through parted lips while he sprawled across the living room couch like someone who had fought a small war and lost. One arm hung off the side of the couch, and his shirt had twisted slightly at the waist. A folded towel sat beneath his head as a makeshift pillow. Haley stepped inside after Sarah opened the front door. "Hi, Mrs. Preston," Haley said as she slipped off her sneakers near the door. Sarah smiled warmly and stepped aside to let her in. "Hi, Haley. Come on in." Haley walked into the living room and immediately noticed Jack stretched across the couch. She slowed to a stop and leaned slightly toward Sarah while lowering her voice. "Oh," she murmured. Sarah followed her gaze and laughed softly as another long snore escaped Jack's mouth. Haley folded her arms and tilted her head while studying him with quiet curiosity. "I feel like I shouldn't disturb him," she said. "You would probably need a cymbal next to his ear to wake him right now," Sarah replied. Haley looked back at Jack again. "Is it really that bad?" Sarah nodded toward the couch. "Training week." Haley stepped a little closer and looked down at him. His hair was messy, and his arm muscles still looked tense even in sleep. One knee hung halfway off the cushion as if gravity had lost interest in keeping him organized. "Ah, he's so cute. I want to poke his cheeks," she thought as a smile slowly formed on her face. "He looks completely defeated," she whispered. "That description is very accurate," Sarah said with a quiet laugh. Another snore rumbled out of Jack. Haley quickly covered her mouth to keep herself from laughing out loud. Sarah gestured toward the kitchen. "Come on, let's let the poor guy stay unconscious while we do a little catching up." Haley nodded and followed her. As soon as they stepped into the kitchen, Haley lifted the front of her shirt slightly to let some cold air in. "It's really hot today," she said. Sarah opened the freezer and pulled out a pitcher filled with crushed ice and bright red liquid. She grabbed a tall glass from the cabinet. "Watermelon slushie," she said while filling the glass. "I made a batch earlier." Haley's eyes lit up immediately. "That sounds amazing." Sarah put a thick straw in the glass and handed it to her. "Thank you," Haley said as she sat on the chair near the counter and took a long sip, then another, and her shoulders relaxed almost instantly as the cold drink settled in. "Ha, that might be the best thing I've had all week." Sarah leaned casually against the counter. "I'm glad you like it." Haley wiped a bit of condensation from the glass and stirred the slushie slowly with the straw. "So this training week must be intense." Sarah nodded toward the living room. "Marcus has been pushing him hard." Haley looked slightly concerned. "Is he really okay?" "He's fine," Sarah said with a chuckle. "He is just sore. He hasn't trained like that in a long time, or more like never." Haley continued stirring her drink thoughtfully. "He never said anything about his training being this intense." Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Jack rarely complains." "That sounds exactly like him," Haley said with a small laugh. She glanced toward the living room again. "He looks like someone unplugged him." Sarah nodded in agreement. Yesterday he walked into the house like a 70-year-old man after leg day. Haley laughed. I wish I had seen that. You would have enjoyed it, Sarah said. He tried to sit down at the dinner table and missed the chair by a full inch. Haley nearly choked on her drink. There is no way. Sarah covered her mouth while laughing. He insisted that he meant to do it. Haley shook her head with a grin. That sounds exactly like him. Both of them looked toward the living room again while another snore drifted through the house. Haley rested her elbows on the kitchen counter and watched the doorway with a soft smile. He's giving it his all, and what am I even doing? College or something else? I can't even decide. He has been working really hard lately, Haley said absent-mindedly. Sarah nodded slowly. He wants to do well. Haley traced the rim of the glass with her finger. He always does. Sarah studied her for a moment. There was something calm and certain in the way Haley spoke about him. So how are things between the two of you? Sarah asked casually. Haley blinked in surprise, and then a small smile spread across her face. Things are really good. Sarah tilted her head slightly. Really good. Haley nodded and took another sip of her slushie. He is kind of amazing. Sarah laughed softly. Only kind of. Haley paused for a moment as if reconsidering her wording. All right. He is very amazing. Sarah watched her with quiet amusement. Jack says the same thing about you when I ask. So, I guess, I have nothing to worry about. Really? Haley asked with a smile. Oh yeah, Sarah nodded. Whenever I ask anything about you, he starts with, we're doing great and Haley is amazing. She filled another glass with the bright red slushie and dropped a straw inside. She took a slow sip before leaning back against the counter again. So, she said casually, what are your plans after high school? Haley blinked. Sarah continued while stirring the slushie with her straw. College, maybe. Or are you thinking about trying something else? Haley rested her chin lightly in her hand while thinking about the question. She had heard it from teachers, from relatives, and parents who spoke about future careers with serious faces and colorful brochures. The problem was that she still had no clear answer. Haley's confession. Haley sat at the kitchen island, idly stirring a watermelon slushie with the straw. The ice shifted lazily in the cup while she watched it, like it might somehow help her organize her thoughts. You know, there's this question adults start asking you when you're like 17-ish, she said. She nodded to herself as if everyone knew exactly what she meant. And everyone acts like it's a totally normal question. She lifted her fingers to make air quotes. What are your plans after high school? Haley exhaled slowly and sank a little deeper into the chair. That question. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. The one I have been successfully dodging for like 2 years. Counting on her fingers, she went through the list. Teachers ask it. Mom asks it. Relatives ask it at Thanksgiving while they're holding pie. Her mouth twisted into a small grimace at the memory. And I have perfected the art of smiling, nodding, and saying something vague like, I'm exploring my options. For a moment, she stirred the slushie again, watching the red ice swirl around. But today, she continued, Jack's mom just casually dropped it. Like we were talking about the weather. She straightened slightly and mimicked the casual tone. Oh, by the way, Haley, what are your life plans? Haley shook her head and glanced back down at the drink. And suddenly I'm sitting there in their kitchen, drinking watermelon ice, while my boyfriend is unconscious on the couch from training like he's preparing for the Olympics. She waved a hand vaguely, still half amused by the image. And I realize I don't actually have an answer. I still haven't found my spark. Her shoulders lifted in a small shrug. I mean, Jack has a plan. Football, acting, training, writing, the guy has like 6 life paths and somehow he's doing all of them. A soft smile appeared despite herself. And I'm over here like, she paused, then added dryly, I make really good Instagram captions. She sighed, though the smile lingered. So yeah, a small, nervous laugh slipped out. The question I was most afraid of came from the nicest person possible, while handing me a slushie. She looked down at the cup again and stirred it slowly, which somehow made it more terrifying. Then she looked up. What if she's disappointed at my answer and thinks that I am not good enough for her son? Oh my God, I am getting cold feet. I want to lie and make up something, but She smiled with a nod. I don't think I should lie. Haley's confession end. Haley took a slow breath and set the glass down on the counter. Okay, she said carefully. This might sound stupid and irresponsible, but the honest answer is that I really have no idea. Sarah didn't respond right away. She simply leaned against the counter and waited. Haley's fingers tapped lightly against the side of the glass as she continued. I mean, thanks to Jack helping me study this year, I'm pretty sure I'll actually pass all my classes. That alone feels like a miracle. I could probably get into a college somewhere, and everyone in my family would celebrate because nobody expected me to even get that far. She gave a small laugh at the truth of it. Before Jack showed up, my academic reputation was basically built on low expectations and last-minute miracles. Now my teachers talk about me like I'm suddenly responsible. Sarah smiled faintly but remained quiet. Haley looked down at the bright red slushie and stirred it again. So logically, the next step should be college. That's what everyone expects. My mom especially has been really hopeful about that idea. She paused, thinking about Claire. My dad would support anything I decide to try, Haley added. He'd probably say something about following my dreams while doing a card trick and accidentally lighting a napkin on fire. Sarah laughed quietly at the image. Haley smiled too, but her expression softened a moment later. But my mom will definitely feel a little disappointed if I say I want to try something else first. She worked really hard raising us, and she likes the idea that all of us go to college and build stable lives. Her fingers slowed against the glass. And I get that. I really do. She glanced toward the living room where Jack was still asleep on the couch. But part of me wants to explore something before I lock myself into a path I'm not even sure about. Sarah watched her carefully. I'm not saying I never want college, Haley continued slowly. I might go later when I actually figure out what I want to study. Right now, I feel like I'd just pick something random because that's what everyone expects me to do. She let out a quiet breath. And that feels wrong somehow. Sarah remained silent, giving her space. Haley shifted slightly in her seat. I know it probably sounds messy. Everyone else my age seems to have some kind of plan already. Alex has her entire academic universe mapped out like a space mission. Sarah smiled knowingly. And Jack, Haley went on, glancing toward the living room again, has different careers running at the same time. Acting, writing, football, and whatever else he decides to try next. She wrapped both hands around the glass. Watching him work that hard kind of made me realize something. Sarah tilted her head slightly. I don't want to drift through life doing whatever feels easiest, Haley said. I want to find something that actually excites me the way his work excites him. She looked back at Sarah with a slightly nervous smile. The problem is, I haven't figured out what that thing is yet. A quiet pause settled between them. Haley sighed softly. So now I feel stuck between everyone's expectations and my own confusion about what I actually want. She shrugged a little. And that's the honest answer. Sarah studied her for a moment, thoughtful rather than judgmental. And I think I talked too much just now, Haley added sheepishly. Sarah let out a soft breath and set her own glass down on the counter. You know something, she said gently. When I was your age, I sounded a lot like you. Haley blinked. You did. Oh yes. Sarah nodded slowly. Everyone around me had very clear expectations about what my future was supposed to look like. My parents believed I would go straight to college, get a practical degree, and settle into a stable career. She leaned one elbow on the counter as she remembered. My teachers talked about scholarships and internships like the path was already written. My friends were applying to universities and discussing majors like they had their entire lives figured out. Haley listened quietly. And I went along with it for a while, Sarah continued. It felt like the responsible thing to do. Everyone kept telling me college was the safe option, and that taking time to explore was risky. She gave a small, thoughtful smile. So I chose the safe option. Haley tilted her head slightly. But something inside me kept whispering that I wanted to try things first before committing to 4 years of studying something I might not even care about. Sarah reached for the pitcher and poured a little more slushie into her glass. So after high school, I did something that made a lot of people unhappy, she said. I decided to take some time and experiment with different ideas. Haley raised an eyebrow. What kind of ideas? Sarah laughed softly. Quite a few. She rested her forearms on the counter. The first one was a small clothing startup. Really? Haley leaned forward with interest. Sarah nodded. I'd always loved clothes and design, even back then. So I saved some money, rented a tiny workspace, and started trying to design simple pieces that I thought people would like. Her smile turned nostalgic. It was a disaster. Haley pressed her lips together, trying not to laugh. I had no idea how to run a business at that point, Sarah continued. My pricing was wrong, my supply orders were chaotic, and I spent too much money on fabric nobody wanted to buy. She took a small sip of the slushie. Within a few months, the whole thing collapsed. That must have been rough, Haley said. It was, Sarah admitted calmly. But I learned more during that failure than I ever did in a classroom. She tapped the side of her glass. After that, I decided to try something completely different. Haley waited. I attempted to become a professional swimmer. Haley nearly spit out her drink. You're serious? Sarah laughed. Very serious. I'd always been a strong swimmer growing up, and I thought maybe I could train seriously and compete. She shook her head. The plan lasted about 4 months. Haley frowned. What happened? It turns out, Sarah said lightly, lifting a hand, that I'm allergic to chlorine. Haley burst out laughing. Oh no. Oh yes, Sarah said with amusement. My skin started reacting to the pool chemicals during training. The doctor told me spending hours in chlorinated water every day would keep causing problems. Haley wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. So professional swimming didn't work out. Not even a little, Sarah agreed. She leaned back against the counter. Then came the bakery. You opened a bakery. Haley blinked. Sarah nodded. I loved baking, and I thought maybe a small neighborhood shop would work. I spent months planning recipes, decorating the space, and building the menu. That actually sounds really nice, Haley said. It was nice, Sarah replied. For about 8 months. Haley lowered her glass slowly. What happened? Sarah shrugged lightly. There was an electrical accident one night. A faulty wire in the back kitchen sparked while nobody was there. The fire spread faster than anyone expected. Haley's eyes widened. The bakery burned down. For a moment, Haley simply stared at her. Wow, Sarah nodded. Insurance covered some of the damage, but not everything. By that point, I'd used almost all my savings trying different things. She tapped the counter lightly. So I finally did what everyone had originally suggested. So then you went to college? Haley asked. Yes, Sarah said. I decided to try the safe option everyone recommended. Did you like it? For a while. I stayed for about a year. Haley raised an eyebrow. Only a year. During that year, I realized something important, Sarah said. Every time I tried something before, even when it failed, I felt excited while working on it. Sitting in lectures didn't give me that same feeling. Haley nodded thoughtfully. So I dropped out after 1 year. Really? Sarah smiled slightly. Yes. And that decision scared my parents quite a bit. What did you do next? Haley asked. Sarah's eyes brightened. I returned to fashion design. The clothing idea again. Sarah nodded. I took business classes on the side, and I had learned from my earlier mistakes. And it worked. It did. She continued. My designs started appearing in small boutiques. Then local magazines wrote about them. Stylists began using my clothes on television sets. Haley listened with fascination. As the brand grew, I began investing some of the profits into small television projects, Sarah explained. Those investments eventually led to bigger productions and more opportunities in Hollywood. Haley smiled. And now you are here. Sarah nodded calmly. Now I am here. For a moment, the kitchen fell quiet. Haley slowly stirred the melting ice in her glass, watching the red slushy swirl. So your path was kind of chaotic, she said. Sarah laughed softly. That's a polite way to describe it. Haley smiled. I guess I always assumed successful people had a clear plan from the beginning. Sarah shook her head gently. Life rarely works that way. She rested both hands on the counter. Sometimes you try something and it works immediately. Sometimes it fails and teaches you something useful for the next attempt. Haley nodded slowly, thinking it over. The important part, Sarah continued in her calm voice, is not avoiding mistakes. The important part is learning from them and moving forward with more knowledge than before. Haley looked thoughtful. Sarah offered her a warm smile. So if you want to explore different options before choosing a long-term path, that doesn't make you irresponsible. Haley blinked. It doesn't. No, Sarah said gently. It makes you curious about your own life. Haley relaxed a little in her chair. Sarah lifted her glass again. Just remember one thing. Haley looked up. Trying new things is valuable, Sarah said, but you should always think carefully before making big decisions. Take risks you can recover from if they fail. Haley nodded slowly. Sarah smiled again. Life is unpredictable. Overthinking every possible outcome rarely helps. Haley glanced down at the slushie before looking back up. If something interests you, Sarah finished calmly, try it. Work hard at it and see where it leads. If it doesn't work out, learn from it and try the next idea. Haley's shoulders relaxed a little more. Sarah reached for the pitcher and refilled Haley's glass. You have time to figure things out. Haley smiled softly. That actually makes me feel a lot better. Sarah chuckled. I'm glad. In the living room, Jack pushed himself upright on the couch with a quiet groan. Every muscle protested the movement. For a few seconds, he just sat there, blinking slowly while his brain caught up with the fact that he was awake. Voices drifted from the kitchen. He swung his legs off the couch and stood carefully. The soreness from the week of training still lingered in every joint. When he started walking, it looked less like walking and more like someone negotiating a peace treaty with gravity. Step by step, he dragged his feet toward the kitchen. Haley noticed him first. She turned slightly in her chair, and her eyes immediately lit up. Look who finally woke up. Jack reached the kitchen doorway and leaned against the frame for a moment, like he needed moral support from the wall. His hair was a mess and his expression carried the dull exhaustion of someone who had discovered muscles he did not know existed. Sarah glanced over her shoulder and smiled. Good afternoon, Sleeping Beauty. Jack grunted something that might have been a greeting and shuffled toward the table. He pulled out the chair beside Haley and collapsed into it with the slow, defeated grace of a man who had run 10 miles and lost. Haley watched him with an amused smile. You look like you got hit by a truck. Jack rested his forearms on the table and dropped his forehead into one palm. Truck would have been faster. Sarah laughed. Jack lifted his head again and looked from Haley to his mom, then back to Haley. Did she just tell you her streaks of bad luck before success? Haley blinked in surprise. How do you know? Jack rubbed the back of his neck and leaned back in the chair. Because she tells that story every time someone starts worrying about their life direction, and considering I was sleeping, she must have asked you about college, and you being all nervous, babbled out everything. Haley wanted to argue, but he was right. Sarah raised an eyebrow. That is not true. It absolutely is, Jack said, pointing lazily at her. Clothing startup disaster, chlorine allergy, bakery fire and college dropout. Then fashion comeback. Haley stared at him. You memorized the whole thing. Jack shrugged tiredly. It's a good story. Sarah crossed her arms, pretending to be offended. It is not a performance routine. Jack smirked. You skipped the part where Grandpa called you reckless for dropping out and nearly kicked you out of the house. Sarah sighed softly. That part is less inspirational. Haley laughed and turned slightly in her chair to face him. Okay, now I'm curious. How many times have you heard this speech? Jack thought about it for a second. Enough times that I can predict the order of the failures. Sarah shook her head with a small smile. I am beginning to regret sharing life lessons with my own son. Jack reached for Haley's slushie and stole a sip without asking. She gasped. Hey. He pushed the glass back toward her with a tired grin. Relax. I needed sugar to survive. Haley studied him for a moment. You really are destroyed. Jack stretched his arms slowly and winced. Marcus invented 3 new forms of torture this week. I'm pretty sure sled pushes are illegal in at least 5 countries. Next, I have to take basketball lessons for a month or 2. Sarah set another glass of slushie in front of him. Drink. Jack accepted it gratefully and took a long sip. The cold sweetness hit his system like medicine. He exhaled slowly. Okay, that helps. Sarah's phone rang. She walked over to the living room and talked for a moment before walking back to the kitchen. Well, an important meeting just popped up and I have to go out for a few hours. You two lovebirds enjoy your time. She went straight to her room, changed and then left for the meeting. So, wanna hit the pool? Jack asked her with a little smirk. I don't have my bikini with me, Haley replied with a knowing smile. Who said anything about a bikini? Skinny dip. Only if you were ready, Jack said with a smirk. The rooftop pool shimmered under the afternoon sun. Clear blue water reflected the sky while a warm breeze moved gently across the open space. Jack stood near the edge of the pool wearing dark swim trunks. In one hand, he held two fluffy white towels, in the other, a bottle of sunscreen. Haley stepped out from behind the small cabana, already wrapped in a large towel that reached mid-thigh. She stopped a few steps away and tilted her head while studying him. I thought this was going to be skinny dipping, she said, her voice light but teasing. Her gaze dropped pointedly to his swim trunks. Jack looked down at himself, then back at her with an amused expression. And you were wrapped in a towel. Haley smirked, her fingers loosening their grip on the fabric. Which I'm going to take off. She held his gaze for another second, enjoying the suspense, then let the towel slip from her shoulders. It fell softly onto the warm tiles. Right now, she stood completely naked before him. The sunlight caught the faint curve of her collarbone, the gentle swell of her breasts, the dip of her waist and her pussy. For a moment, Jack forgot to breathe. His pulse thudded loudly in his ears while his gaze traveled the length of her body and back up again. Holy heavens, he thought. Haley shifted her weight to one hip. A flush crept across her cheeks and chest. Haley's confession. Haley sat on a long chair wrapped tightly in a towel. Okay, she began, nodding to herself with forced confidence. So today I did something very crazy and brave. The nod immediately turned into a small wince. I decided to do the whole, romantic skinny dipping moment. She waved her hands vaguely, searching for the right way to describe it. You know how in movies the girl just casually drops the towel and the guy is like, wow, and everything is magical and confident and nobody has weird thoughts. Haley leaned forward slightly. Yeah, that is not what happens in real life. She started counting on her fingers. Step 1, you drop the towel. Step 2, you instantly remember every single insecurity you've ever had. Her voice dropped to a dramatic whisper. Did I shave? Did I not shave? Is this the right lighting? Do people normally stand like this or do I look like a confused flamingo? She covered her face with one hand for a second, groaning softly before letting it fall again. And meanwhile, Jack is just standing there, staring like someone unplugged his brain. A small, nervous laugh slipped out, which sounds great in theory, she admitted. But when someone you really love is looking at you like that, your brain goes from, romantic goddess, to, oh my god he's analyzing me like a science project. Haley leaned back a bit. Still, she said more quietly, a soft smile forming, being naked in front of someone you love is terrifying. She paused for a moment. But also kind of exciting. Another small beat passed before she shrugged. And now I understand why people in movies always drop the towel dramatically. Her smile turned a little smug. It works. Haley's confession ends. Haley brought one hand down to cover the soft triangle between her thighs, fingers splayed just enough to shield herself while still leaving most of her exposed. The gesture looked half shy, half playful. So, she asked quietly, what do you think? Jack swallowed once. His eyes lingered on her perky breasts before he forced them back to her face. May I be honest? She nodded, biting the inside of her lower lip. You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, he said. His voice came out rougher than he intended. I mean it. Every single inch of you. Haley's hand relaxed a fraction. She let her fingers drift away from where they had been hiding, resting instead lightly against her thigh. The shy edge in her posture softened into something warmer, more confident. Jack set the towels and sunscreen on a nearby lounge chair without looking away from her. He stepped closer. She met his gaze steadily. He reached out and brushed his knuckles along the outside of her arm, the touch feather light. Goosebumps rose on her skin despite the heat of the day. Haley stepped forward until only inches separated them. She tilted her chin up. Waiting. Jack leaned down and kissed her slowly, one hand sliding to the small of her back while the other cupped the side of her face. She pressed herself against him, bare skin meeting his chest, and he felt the quick rise and fall of her breathing match his own. Her arms went around his neck as they kissed. The kiss deepened without either of them deciding it consciously. What started slow and careful turned hungry in seconds. Their mouths opened wider, tongues sliding together in a messy, eager rhythm that made every breath feel stolen. Jack tasted the faint sweetness of her slushy still lingering on her lips, and Haley let out a small, needy sound against his tongue that sent heat straight through him. Her bare breasts pressed flush to his chest, nipples already tight and hard from the rush. Every tiny shift of her body rubbed them against his skin, the friction pulling a low groan from deep in his throat. He tightened his hold on her, one hand sliding down to cup the firm curve of her ass while the other stayed tangled in her hair at the nape of her neck. Haley's fingers roamed freely over his stomach and up his sides and back. She then flattened her palms and pressed harder, like she wanted to memorize every line. Jack flexed instinctively under her touch, and she smiled into the kiss before nipping at his lower lip. They kept going until air became necessary. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing hard, lips swollen and shiny. Jack rested his forehead against hers, eyes half closed, still holding her close enough that their bodies stayed glued together from chest to thigh. Haley let out a shaky little laugh, the sound soft and giddy between them. "Wow," she whispered. Jack smiled, nose brushing hers. "Yeah, wow." They stood like that for several long seconds, foreheads touching, breathing the same warm air, hearts hammering in tandem. The rooftop felt smaller now, quieter, like the rest of the world had stepped back to give them space. He lifted one hand to cradle the side of her face, thumb stroking gently along her cheekbone. "I love you," he said, voice low and steady, no hesitation at all. Haley's eyes fluttered open wider. She searched his face for a second, even though she already knew the answer. Then her smile bloomed, bright and unguarded. "I love you too," she answered, the words coming out soft but sure. She leaned in and pressed one more kiss to his mouth, lighter this time, almost sweet after the earlier heat. When she pulled back again, her fingers stayed curled against his chest, right over his heart. Jack glanced toward the pool, then back at her. "Still want to get in the water?" Haley bit her lip, eyes sparkling with mischief. "Only if you lose the trunks first and put the sunscreen on my." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Lady, you got yourself a deal." He stepped back and hooked his thumbs into his waistband. Haley watched without embarrassment, her arms relaxed at her sides. A moment later, he dropped his trunks to the floor and kicked them aside. Well, his cock was hard and pointing toward her now. Haley's gaze dropped to his erection, and a slow, delighted grin spread across her face. She tilted her head, one eyebrow arching as she stepped closer again. "Well, hello there. Looks like someone's happy to see me." Jack laughed under his breath. "Can you blame him? He's just excited to see you." She reached out and traced a single fingertip along the underside of his shaft, light enough to make him twitch. Poor guy. He must be exhausted from all that staring. Jack caught her wrist gently before she could tease further. "Keep that up and we're never making it to the water." Haley pulled her hand free and backed toward the lounge chair, hips swaying just enough to keep his attention glued to her. "Then you'd better start with the sunscreen before I burn in places I don't want to burn." She turned her back to him and lifted her hair off her neck with one hand. Jack walked over and picked up the bottle, squeezed a generous amount into his palm, and rubbed his hands together to warm it. He started at her shoulders, spreading the lotion in slow, firm circles. Her skin felt warm and smooth under his palms. He worked down her arms, thumbs pressing lightly into the soft undersides, then returned to her upper back. Haley let out a quiet hum of approval. "You're really good at this." "I'm motivated," he murmured, lips brushing the shell of her ear as he leaned in. He moved lower, hands gliding over the dip of her waist and then forward to her stomach. His fingers splayed across her abdomen, spreading the cream in wide, deliberate strokes. When he reached her breasts, he cupped them, thumbs circling her hard nipples. So soft and perky, Jack thought. Haley's breath hitched, and she leaned back against his chest. "Keep doing that. Tilda feels so good." She instantly felt his cock, touching her back. And he's excited. Careful, she whispered, though her tone said the opposite. You're supposed to be protecting me from the sun. Jack kissed the side of her neck. I'm being very thorough. He then focused on her thighs, then up the backs, kneading the lotion into her skin until every inch glistened. Do my cheeks, Haley said, standing up, giving him full access to her butt. With pleasure, Jack said with a little bow as he positioned himself. He reached her butt and took his time. His palms cupped each cheek, fingers spreading the cream along the curves and into the cleft. Haley shifted her weight, a small shiver running through her. Control, Jack. Control. Don't put your face between her cheeks. Should I spank her? Don't do it. Too many thoughts ran through Jack's mind and all of them had to do with sex and spanking. You're enjoying this way too much, she said, voice a little breathless. Guilty. He stood again, pressed one last kiss between her shoulder blades, then stepped back. All done. Haley turned to face him, cheeks flushed pink. My turn to return the favor. Later. Jack scooped her up without warning, one arm under her knees, the other behind her back. She yelped in surprise, then laughed and wrapped her arms around his neck. Jack. He carried her the few steps to the pool edge. Isn't it too hot today? She warned, don't you dare. He grinned and launched her in. Haley shrieked as she sailed through the air, arms windmilling, before she hit the surface with a clean splash. Water exploded around her in a bright cascade. She surfaced a second later, gasping and laughing, hair plastered to her face. You are so dead. Haley treaded water, still laughing as she wiped strands of wet hair from her eyes. Then her expression shifted. She pinched the bridge of her nose and made a small, dramatic grimace. Oh no, she said, voice suddenly smaller. I think I got water up my nose. It stings. Jack crouched at the edge, concern flickering across his face. You okay? Let me see. She swam closer, one hand pressed to her nose while the other reached up toward him. Help me out. Just pull me up for a second so I can blow it out. Jack nodded without hesitation. He leaned forward and extended his right hand. Here, grab on. Haley's fingers closed around his wrist. For half a heartbeat, everything looked normal. Then she yanked hard. Jack's balance vanished. His eyes widened as his body pitched forward. He tried to brace with his left hand but it was too late. He tumbled headfirst into the pool with a loud splash that sent water spraying in every direction. Haley surfaced first, already giggling so hard she could barely keep her head above water. She pushed wet hair back and watched Jack come up sputtering. He shook his head like a dog, sending droplets flying. You little sneak. Got you, she crowed, splashing him square in the face. Payback for throwing me in. Jack wiped water from his eyes and lunged toward her. Haley squealed and tried to swim away, but he caught her around the waist before she could get far. He pulled her close until her back pressed against his chest, both of them laughing and breathless. She twisted in his arms to face him. Truce. Jack pretended to consider it while his hands settled on her lower back, thumbs tracing lazy circles against her wet skin. Only if you admit I'm the better prankster. Haley tilted her head, lips curving into a mischievous smile. Never. But I might let you think you are, for now. He leaned in and kissed her, slow and deep this time. She melted against him, arms looping around his neck, fingers threading through his soaked hair. The playful energy softened into something warmer, more deliberate. Their bodies floated together, weightless, every brush of skin sending small sparks through the cool water. When they broke apart, Haley rested her forehead against his. Her breathing came in short, happy bursts. This is way better than any movie scene. Jack brushed a droplet from her lips with his thumb. Yeah, no script could make this feel half as good. And thus, they continued to play and swim while stealing kisses and flirting in between. And what started as lust and need turned into a pure fun day. Though both of them were still horny by the time they got out of the pool. So, Jack and Haley decided that next time, they will take another step further and start exploring with something like mutual masturbation. Interlude. Side story. The night before had been loud, bright, and unforgettable. The Beyoncé concert had turned the entire stadium into a living ocean of lights and music. Fans screamed every time the stage lit up and every time Beyoncé appeared beneath the spotlights like some kind of unstoppable force of energy. Haley had spent most of the night dancing, shouting lyrics at the top of her lungs, and clutching Jack's arm whenever another song she loved started playing. The front row seats made everything feel unreal. She could see the sweat on the dancers, the glitter on the costumes, and the way the bass shook the floor beneath her shoes. Jack watched her just as much as he watched the show. The excitement on her face made the entire night worth it. Every time she turned toward him with that wide, stunned smile, he felt like he had made the right decision buying those tickets. When the concert ended, the stadium emptied slowly as thousands of fans poured into the streets, buzzing with adrenaline and leftover music. Jack's security team guided them through the crowd without much trouble, and soon they were back in the car heading toward the Dunphy house. Haley leaned her head against Jack's shoulder and they talked about the awesome night. By the time they reached her house, it was already late. The neighborhood lights glowed softly across the quiet street as the driver pulled up to the curb. True to his promise to Phil and Claire, he walked Haley to the front door and made sure she got inside safely before heading home. The night ended with Haley collapsing into bed while replaying the entire concert in her head. Morning, Dunphy House, Tuesday. Upstairs in her bedroom, Haley remained completely unconscious beneath a tangled pile of blankets. One arm hung over the side of the bed while her hair spread across the pillow in chaotic waves. Her phone rested beside her with the battery nearly drained after a night of concert videos, photos, and messages from friends who could not believe she had actually gone. A faint snore escaped her every few seconds while sunlight slipped through the blinds and slowly crept across the room. Phil left early to meet a new client. Claire dropped Luke and Alex at school, then headed out for groceries. By the time she returned and finished putting everything away, the house felt quiet again. She started cleaning, moved a load of laundry, and had just poured herself a fresh cup of coffee when Cam arrived. A few hours later, Claire stood near the kitchen counter holding a cup of coffee while Cam sat on the couch with the posture of a man who had come prepared to deliver a long emotional speech. Cam sighed heavily and stirred his drink like it had personally offended him. "I am telling you, Claire, it is getting ridiculous," he said while leaning back in the chair. "Mitchell's boss calls him constantly. Weekends, holidays, evenings. It does not matter what day it is. If that phone rings, Mitchell feels obligated to answer." Claire set her mug down and crossed her arms. "That's awful." Cam continued talking, while waving his spoon in the air for emphasis. "It is awful. And the worst part is that he cannot even say no because the firm always frames it as some kind of emergency. Suddenly, the paperwork absolutely must be reviewed immediately or the entire legal system might collapse before breakfast." Claire gave a sympathetic smile and took a sip of her coffee. Cam leaned forward like someone sharing classified information. "And does he receive a bonus for all this extra work?" He paused dramatically. "No, nothing. Not even a polite thank you email." Claire shook her head slowly while setting the mug down on the counter. "That does not sound fair. Overtime work should have a bonus pay system." Cam crossed his arms and nodded with deep satisfaction. "Exactly. I told him the same thing. A man cannot keep sacrificing every weekend without some sort of reward. Even Caesar gave his soldiers spoils after battle." Claire raised an eyebrow with quiet amusement. "I am not sure corporate law counts as battlefield conditions." Cam waved the comment away with theatrical seriousness. "Tell that to Mitchell when he is reviewing documents at midnight while whispering legal jargon under his breath." He sighed. "He's terrified that saying no will get him passed over for the next promotion or worse. He keeps saying, 'It's just temporary,' and, 'I don't want to rock the boat, but it's been temporary for way too long.' I'm watching my husband turn into someone who barely has energy to talk to me at dinner." Claire walked over and sat on the couch. "He's always been the responsible one, but there's a difference between being dedicated and being taken advantage of." Just then, Haley walked into the kitchen area still humming the opening notes of "Dangerously in Love," the melody soft and sleepy under her breath. She rubbed one eye, opened the fridge, grabbed a water bottle, and chugged half of it in one long pull before sliding it back onto the shelf. A huge yawn escaped her as she stretched both arms overhead, shirt riding up slightly. Only then did she notice Cam sitting on the couch, staring at her like she had grown a second head. "Oh, hey, Cam," she said with a lazy smile, waving one hand while the other scratched at her messy hair. Cam's eyes narrowed instantly. Were you just singing, Dangerously in Love? Haley blinked, caught off guard. No, she answered quickly, though the word came out more like a question than a denial. Cam tilted his head with suspicion while squinting at her face. Interesting answer. Because I clearly heard humming and it sounded extremely Beyoncé adjacent. Haley shrugged and tried to look innocent while opening a cabinet and pretending to search for something inside. You probably imagined it. People imagine things when they drink too much coffee. Cam pointed at her face. And you have glitter on your cheek. Haley swiped at her face with both palms, rubbing hard enough to make her skin pink. A few tiny specks still sparkled under the kitchen lights when she lowered her hands. Then she grabbed the cereal box and pretended to act normal. Cam shot to his feet so fast the couch cushion bounced. Wait a minute. You woke up late, you're humming, Dangerously in Love, you're thirsty and there's glitter on your face. You went to Beyoncé's concert last night, didn't you? Haley froze while holding a cereal box she had no intention of eating. Her brain raced through several possible lies before realizing none of them would survive Cam's interrogation skills. Claire calmly lifted her coffee mug and took a sip like she had just been asked about the weather. Yes, she said without hesitation. She and Jack went together. The words landed in the room like a dropped plate. Cam slowly turned his head toward Claire with wide, stunned eyes. His mouth opened, then closed again as if his brain had short-circuited halfway through processing the information. You have tickets? He asked quietly, voice trembling with disbelief. Haley winced and lowered the cereal box onto the counter. And you never told me. Cam continued, his voice rising with every word. His gaze shifted back to Haley with the intensity of a betrayed friend uncovering a conspiracy. Then something clicked in his head. He pointed dramatically at her while gasping like a detective who had just solved a case. Wait a minute. So that's what you were hiding when Mitchell and I came here the other day after the water park closed and I never got to meet Channing Tatum. Haley rubbed the back of her neck and looked at the floor. Yeah, sorry about that. Cam's face twisted in pure emotional devastation. He clutched both hands to his chest like someone had stabbed him with invisible knives. His eyes shimmered with moisture while he staggered backward toward the front door. How could you do this to me, Haley? He said, voice cracking under the weight of theatrical heartbreak. You know how much I love Beyoncé. You know this. Haley raised both hands helplessly while Claire watched the unfolding drama with the calm patience of someone who had seen this movie before. Cam, it was Jack's surprise gift. I wasn't even supposed to know until he showed me the tickets that day, Haley explained while stepping forward a little. Cam shook his head slowly as if refusing to accept reality. First, Mitchell breaks my heart by working every weekend, he declared dramatically. Now you betray me with Beyoncé tickets. Claire pressed her lips together, fighting the urge to laugh. Cam wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand and gave Haley one final wounded look. I think I need some air, he announced solemnly. Without another word, he spun around, walked to the hallway, flung the front door open, and stormed out of the house like a man fleeing the scene of an emotional catastrophe. The door slammed behind him. Haley stared at the door for a moment, then slowly turned toward Claire with a guilty expression. Do you think he's actually crying? She asked quietly. Claire lifted her coffee mug again and took another calm sip. Give him 5 minutes, she replied. Then he'll call Mitchell and start a 3-hour dramatic retelling of this tragedy. Cam's confession. Cam sat upright on the couch, shoulders tense, clutching a decorative pillow against his chest like it was the only thing keeping him emotionally stable. His eyes were slightly red, though he was doing his best to maintain some dignity. I have been a loyal Beyoncé fan since Destiny's Child, he began, his voice carrying the weight of deep personal history. He lifted a hand and began counting dramatically on his fingers. Say my name. Survivor. The entire cultural rebirth that was Single Ladies. I was there. He paused briefly before adding with complete sincerity, spiritually, and sometimes physically in my living room. Cam leaned forward, the hurt returning full force. And then I find out that someone in this family, someone I trusted, went to a Beyoncé concert. He stopped for a moment. Front row. Jack got the tickets, so it's obviously front row. The word seemed to hit him all over again. Front row. He slowly shook his head like a man reliving a traumatic memory. And did I get an invitation? He continued, raising his eyebrows. A text. A carrier pigeon. His hands flew into the air in disbelief. No. He slumped slightly against the couch. I got glitter residue and suspicious humming. Cam let out a long, wounded sigh. And what hurts the most, he said quietly, is that Haley knows how much Beyoncé means to me. His eyes drifted off as he remembered. I once choreographed an entire living room routine to Crazy in Love. It ended with a scarf fan and a perfectly timed hair flip. There was a small pause. Mitchell still refuses to talk about it. Cam straightened his back, attempting to gather what little composure he had left. So yes, I may have stepped outside for air, he said with quiet dignity. Because sometimes a man needs space to process betrayal. A dramatic pause followed. And also to call Mitchell so we can properly mourn the concert that should have been ours. He gave a small, solemn nod. Justice for the Beehive. Cam's confession end. 3:30 p.m. Haley walked down the stairs. She wore a blue top and jeans. Her side bag was on her shoulder. Where are you going? Claire asked from the living room. Shopping, Haley replied with a smile. With your friends. With Jack. Haley put on her shoes and opened the door. Then she looked at her mom. I'll be back by 5. See ya. Side story ends. 3 months later. October. The Preston production house looked more like a crowded college campus than a film studio that afternoon. Cars lined the parking lot, and production assistants hurried across the courtyard carrying folders, garment bags, and half-empty coffee cups. Inside the main building, the hallways buzzed with conversation as actors, agents, and crew members filled every corner. Large posters for upcoming projects decorated the walls. In the center conference wing, one room held a long table surrounded by chairs, stacks of scripts, and several racks of wardrobe samples waiting for fittings later in the day. Jack entered the building with his backpack slung over one shoulder and paused for a moment, taking in the organized chaos. It was his first time stepping into the big leagues since his reincarnation. As much as he was excited, he was nervous as hell. This feels like the first day of school, he muttered under his breath. Actors, designers, and assistants filtered into the conference room while conversations overlapped in every corner. Jack went to the room where the main cast were assembled. Upon entering, he scanned the room with a calm expression that hid the quiet sense of déjà vu sitting in the back of his mind. Seeing familiar faces from films and television he remembered watching years ago always created a strange moment where past and present overlapped. Finally, the day is here, he thought as he adjusted the strap of his backpack. One step at a time, Jack. One step at a time. Be confident and don't be a wuss. He walked toward the table. Near the middle seat, Matthew Perry leaned back in his chair while flipping through a copy of the script. When he noticed Jack approaching, he set the pages down and smiled. Well, look who finally showed up, Matthew said in a relaxed tone. The younger version of me. He extended his hand. Jack shook it firmly. Jack Preston. It's great to finally meet you in person. He smiled with genuine enthusiasm. I'm a huge fan. I've watched Friends more times than I can count. Chandler was basically the king of sarcastic timing. Matthew laughed and leaned back in his chair. That's the nicest thing anyone has said to me today. Jack shrugged casually. I also followed your other work. Studio 60, Serving Sarah, the whole 9 yards. My dad had a whole movie shelf growing up. Matthew raised his eyebrows with amused approval. All right, now you're making me feel both appreciated and slightly old. Jack chuckled as he took the empty seat beside him. That wasn't my intention. I rewatched some of your work to help improve my performance. Matthew grinned. I already like this guy. At the other end of the table, Leslie Mann finished speaking with the costume designer and walked over with a warm smile. So you're Jack, she said. Jack nodded politely. Yes, Ma. Leslie immediately waved a hand. Please don't call me ma'am, she said with a laugh. That makes me feel like someone's substitute teacher. Jack smiled. All right, Leslie. She studied him for a moment. I heard you've been training a lot for the basketball scenes. Jack rolled his shoulders lightly and leaned back in his chair. I had to, he admitted with an easy shrug. I didn't exactly go through the normal audition process for this role. My dad is producing the film, which means people are automatically going to assume I got the job because of that. Several actors around the table glanced up from their scripts when he said it so bluntly. Jack continued calmly. So yeah, people will talk. Nepo kid, favoritism, unfair advantage. I figured the best way to deal with that was to make sure nobody can say I didn't work my ass off once I got here. Matthew let out a quiet laugh and nodded approvingly. That might be the most honest thing anyone has said in this room. Today, Jack smiled slightly. For the last 3 months I've basically been living in a gym, he said. Basketball drills, strength training, studying the script every night. If I'm going to play Mike O'Donnell, I want the audience to believe it. Leslie rested a hand on the back of a chair and tilted her head thoughtfully. That's actually refreshing to hear, she said. Most people would pretend the nepotism thing doesn't exist. Jack shrugged again. It exists. Ignoring it doesn't make it disappear. Matthew tapped the script against the table with a grin. Well, for what it's worth, I saw the early rehearsal footage your dad showed us last week, he said. You didn't embarrass yourself, which already puts you ahead of half the actors I worked with in the 90s. Jack laughed. I'll take that as a compliment. A chair scraped across the floor as Thomas Lennon slid into the seat across from them. He held a coffee cup in one hand and wore a mischievous smile that suggested he had already been listening. So this is the kid playing teenage Mike, Thomas said, pointing at Jack with the cup. You look far too emotionally stable to be a teenage version of Matthew Perry. Matthew leaned forward immediately. Excuse me, I was a perfectly well-adjusted teenager. Thomas stared at him for a long moment before slowly shaking his head. Your entire acting career says otherwise. A ripple of laughter spread around the table. Jack rubbed the back of his neck, smiling. I'm trying to find the balance between the high school athlete version and the older Mike personality, he explained. He's confident and popular, but he's also still figuring things out. Leslie nodded with interest. That's actually the tricky part of the character, she said. If you play him like a dumb jock, the story falls apart. Exactly, Jack agreed. He needs to feel like someone who had real potential but didn't realize how much he was about to give up. Matthew looked at him with mild surprise. You've thought about this more than I expected. Jack smiled faintly. I had a lot of time during training to think about the character while Marcus made me push sleds across the gym. Thomas raised an eyebrow. Sled pushes. Jack sighed dramatically. They feel like dragging a car uphill while someone yells at you to run faster or else they will shoot your kneecaps. Matthew laughed again. All right, he said, leaning back in his chair. I officially like this kid. The door opened as Tyler Steelman walked in with a script tucked under his arm. He glanced around the room and spotted Jack. You must be Mike, Tyler said with a friendly grin. Guilty, Jack replied. Tyler dropped into the chair before him. I play Ned, the best friend who grows up to be a billionaire gamer nerd. Jack chuckled. That sounds like the dream career path. It absolutely is, Tyler said proudly. A moment later, Michelle Trachtenberg entered, greeting a few crew members before taking a seat near the middle of the table. She was wearing a blue top and black jeans and was carrying a side bag. She gave Jack a polite smile as she opened her script. You're the new guy everyone's been talking about, she said casually. Jack raised an eyebrow. That sounds slightly ominous. Michelle laughed. Relax. Half the conversation has been curiosity, and the other half has been speculation about whether the producer's son can actually still act like he did when he was 10. Jack leaned back in his chair. Fair. She studied him for a moment before nodding. Well, I guess. We'll find out soon enough. By the way, she took out a book and a pen from her side bag. It was Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Loved your book. I'm waiting for the sequel. Consider me one of your fans. Gimme a sign. She held it before him. She was very direct with her demand. Jack signed it with a smile and returned the book. So, when's the second book coming? And how many books have you planned? She asked before sitting down beside him. The second book is coming this Christmas, and as for the future books, Jack said as he touched his chin and pretended to think for a moment. Let's just say, 7 books and a series of prequels that takes place years before Harry Potter's story. You wrote a book? Matthew asked, looking curious. Yeah, Jack nodded. You haven't read it? Tyler asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I was really busy with work and going through some health complications. So, didn't really have the time to read, Matthew replied, and then he pointed a finger at Jack. But, I'm buying that book tonight and promise to give you an honest review. Matthew Perry was in a period of sobriety and heavily focused on recovery, establishing the Perry House, sober living center in Malibu for others. After years of severe addiction to alcohol and Vicodin during the 1990s and 2000s, he turned his home into a center to help addicts, though he still faced personal battles with maintaining his health. Sterling Knight and Hunter Parrish entered together, greeting the room with quick nods before taking their seats. Nicole Sullivan and Melora Hardin followed shortly after, bringing the table close to full. Jack wondered, where's the younger version of Scarlett O'Donnell? Who is playing the role? The noise of conversation gradually filled the room as scripts opened and chairs shifted around the long table. Jack looked around at the group. He felt a strange sensation in his chest. In his past life, he had seen many of these people on a screen. Now, he was sitting next to them. Matthew nudged his arm. You all right? He asked. Jack nodded. Yeah, just a bit overwhelmed. Matthew grinned. Relax. We're all just pretending to know what we're doing. The door opened again and one of the assistant directors stepped inside carrying a stack of printed schedules. All right, everyone, she announced as she set the papers on the table. Let's get started with the first table read. The room slowly quieted. Scripts lifted. Chairs turned toward the center of the table. Jack took a slow breath and opened his script to the first page. 3 months of training, countless rehearsals, endless hours studying the character. Now the real work finally began. Suddenly, the door opened, and a young girl with short brunette hair entered. Sorry, I'm late. Got caught up in the traffic and then got pulled over by a cop. /. The girl stepped fully into the room, brushing a strand of short brunette hair behind her ear as she caught her breath. A few heads turned, some curious, some already recognizing her. Willa Holland. In his past life, Jack had seen her popularity as Thea Queen from Arrow, sharp, emotional, memorable. Here, she carried a different kind of presence. Not unknown, not exactly a household name either. Somewhere in that middle ground where people recognized her face but still had to think for a second. Jack's eyes widened for a split second before he quickly looked back down at his script like it had suddenly become the most important document in the world. Oh, that's Willa Holland. His grip tightened slightly on the page. Okay, stay normal. You've seen famous people before. This is fine, totally fine. He dared another glance up. Sorry again, Willa said once again, adjusting the strap of her bag. Traffic was a nightmare, and then I got pulled over for apparently rolling through a stop sign, which I absolutely did not do. A few quiet laughs circled the room as the tension broke. The assistant director waved it off. You're good. We're just getting started. Grab a seat. Willa nodded and stepped further inside, her eyes scanning the table for an open spot. Jack felt his heartbeat pick up slightly. Please don't sit here. Please don't sit here. Please don't sit here. She walked straight toward him. Of course she's sitting here. The empty chair beside Jack was the closest available, and she pulled it out without hesitation before dropping her bag lightly to the floor. She sat down next to him. Jack kept his eyes on the script, pretending to read the same line for the 4th time. Okay, say something normal. Just say hi. People say hi all the time. It's not hard, he thought. As for why he was nervous, the reason was simple. He has a big kissing scene with her and it will be his first kiss on screen before cameras and people. So, of course, he was nervous as hell and a little bit excited. He didn't say anything. Willa placed her script on the table and exhaled quietly, still recovering from the rush. She turned her head slightly toward him. That's him. Okay. This is the guy. Looks handsome and younger than me. She studied him for a second. He looks calm. Why does he look calm? Is he calm? He better not actually be calm. Willa thought. Jack finally glanced sideways at her. Hey, he said, keeping his voice casual. Rough morning. Willa let out a small laugh, grateful for the normal opener. You could say that. I think the cop just wanted an autograph and didn't know how to ask. Jack smiled. That's one way to do it. There was a brief pause. Both of them knew it. Okay, this is the moment where it gets awkward. Willa rested her elbows lightly on the table, tapping her fingers once against the script. So, she said, tilting her head slightly, "You're Jack." He nodded. Guilty. She gave him a small, curious smile. "I've heard a lot about you already." Jack raised an eyebrow. "Good things, I hope." She shrugged lightly. "Mixed. Mostly curiosity. Some skepticism." Jack nodded slowly. "That sounds about right." Another small pause slipped in. "Do I bring it up?" "No, don't bring it up." "Why would I bring it up on our first meet?" Jack thought. His hands were kinda sweating. Willa looked down at her script, flipping it open. He knows. Of course, he knows. There's no way he doesn't know. But why the hell am I getting this nervous all of a sudden? Is it because he's younger than me? Her fingers stopped on one particular page. The scene. She cleared her throat lightly. Jack noticed the page number without trying. Same scene. Yep. We're both thinking about it. He leaned back slightly in his chair, keeping his tone relaxed. First table read nerves. Not just that. Willa looked at him, then smiled faintly. Something like that. Not just that either. Jack nodded. Yeah, same. Matthew leaned over from the other side, breaking the tension without realizing it. You two look like you're about to take an exam. Jack let out a quick breath of relief and chuckled. Feels like one. Willa laughed softly. Yeah, high-stakes exam. Matthew tapped the table with his script. Relax. Worst-case scenario, we all mess up together. Thomas added from across the table, that's the spirit. Collective failure builds character. The room filled with light laughter again, easing the atmosphere. Willa leaned back slightly in her chair and glanced at Jack again, this time a little more relaxed. Okay, he's normal. That's good. Jack caught the look and gave a small smile. She's normal too. Also good. For a moment, the awkward edge softened. Then both of them looked down at the same page again, the kiss scene. Okay, not thinking about it. Not thinking about it. The assistant director clapped her hands once. All right, everyone, let's begin from page 1. Everyone lifted their scripts and adjusted their chairs. Jack straightened slightly, his focus snapping into place. Willa did the same, her fingers steadying on the page. The assistant director glanced down at her copy. All right, let's start from the top. Matthew leaned forward a little, already slipping into character with an ease that made it look effortless. His voice carried a familiar rhythm, relaxed and confident, drawing a few smiles from around the table as he read the opening lines. Jack followed along closely, eyes scanning each line before it came up. He adjusted his posture without thinking, shoulders squaring, attention locked in. The nerves were still there, sitting quietly in the background, but they were no longer in control. Just focus on the lines. One scene at a time. Leslie joined in next, her tone warm and natural, blending smoothly into the flow. The dialogue started to build, each actor adding their part, the room slowly transforming from a group of people reading pages into something that felt closer to a real story. Willa sat beside Jack, her voice calm when her turn came. It wasn't loud or overdone, but it carried clearly, with just enough emotion to feel real without forcing it. She didn't overplay anything, which made her lines land better. Jack noticed it without looking at her. She's good. Natural. He stayed focused, waiting for his cue. When his turn came, his voice came out steady, confident, carrying just enough energy to match the younger version of Mike without overdoing it. A couple of heads lifted slightly from their scripts. Matthew glanced sideways for a brief second, then nodded once, almost to himself. Okay, kid's good. The read-through continued, scene by scene. Jokes landed, timing adjusted, and a few lines got quick notes from the assistant director. Thomas threw in a slightly exaggerated delivery at one point, earning a round of laughter that broke the rhythm for a moment before they got back on track. Jack relaxed more with each page. The earlier tension in his shoulders faded as the character settled into place. He stopped thinking about how he sounded and started focusing on how Mike felt. Across from him, Tyler leaned into his role with easy humor, playing off the lines in a way that made the friendship dynamic feel believable even in a simple read. Time passed more quickly than expected. Then it happened. The pages shifted. Jack felt it before he even looked. He turned one more page. There it was. The scene. His fingers paused for half a second on the edge of the paper. Beside him, Willa also slowed slightly, her eyes scanning the same lines. Here we go. The assistant director didn't hesitate. Let's keep going. The scene built naturally, starting with light dialogue. Jack kept his voice steady, staying in character, focusing on the emotional setup rather than what he knew was coming. Willa matched him line for line, her tone soft but clear, letting the moment develop instead of rushing it. Matthew took the role of Dom and coach since the actors weren't present for the rehearsal. And the assistant director to the role of the narrator, explaining the actions. Script. Mike. Who's that stone-cold fox? Oh, it's my girlfriend. Walks over. I'm glad you're here, Scar. This whole scout thing's got me wicked nervous. Dom dribbles past, smiles at Scarlett. Dom. I'm dedicating my first basket to you, Scarlett. Mike. Way you shoot that might be mid-season. To Scarlett. Everything cool. She smiles nervously, lies. Scarlett. Oh yeah, everything's totally copacetic. Mike. Scarlett. Totally. Referee blows the whistle. Coach Harvey. Let's go. Remember, boys, winners. Get the girls. Losers please. Themselves. Mike. To Scarlett. Excellent. Gotta run. He kisses her cheek, starts off, turns back. Mike conted. What's wrong? Long shot. We hear nothing but see Mike's body deflate. He steps away from Scarlett towards center court. Muffy and her friends mock Ed and laugh hysterically. "Ed, do you really think Muffy's into me?" Mike, in a daze, walks right past Ed. Takes his place for the jump ball. The crowd stomps and cheers loudly. The ref is about to toss the ball. Mike looks up at the stands, sees a crushed Scarlett heading for the exit. Mike's torn. Play or go after her. He goes after her. Coach Harvey. Where you going? O'Donnell. Int. Fitch Senior High School TUNNEL, night. Mike rushes in. Mike. Scar. Wait. She turns, slumps against the wall. Mike catches up to her. Mike leans in and kisses Scarlett. / The assistant director read the stage direction out loud. And then they kiss. Silence. Not long. Just a second. Long enough. Jack felt every person at the table still for that brief moment. It wasn't dramatic, but it was noticeable. He kept his eyes on the page. Willa did the same. Then Matthew cleared his throat lightly from the other side. Very professional, he muttered under his breath, just loud enough for a few people to hear. A couple of quiet chuckles followed. The tension broke instantly. Jack took a deep breath, a small smile forming despite himself. Willa let out a soft breath too, her shoulders relaxing a fraction. Okay, not as bad as I thought. They moved on. The rest of the scene continued without interruption. The emotional tone shifted, dialogue carried forward, and the story kept moving as if nothing had happened. Then there was some dialogue improv on the spot to make certain scenes more natural. But something had changed. The edge was gone. By the time they reached the next scene, Jack was fully settled. His lines came easier now, his reactions more natural. Willa leaned back slightly in her chair. He didn't make it weird. Good. Jack glanced at her for a split second before looking back at his script. Yeah, this is going to be fine. It's just a kiss. Why the hell am I thinking this too hard? Haley's gonna freak out. Shit, she's the one I should be worrying about. How do I break the news to her? The table read continued, voices overlapping in rhythm, the story taking shape one line at a time. 2 p.m. The table read wrapped up on a steady note, the last few lines landing without any major stumbles. Chairs shifted as people stretched, scripts closed, and conversations picked up all over the room. Jack leaned back for a second and exhaled slowly. That went better than I expected. Matthew gave him a quick pat on the shoulder as he stood up. Told you. No one died. Always a good sign. Jack smirked. I'll take survival as a win. Willa gathered her script beside him, glancing his way for a brief moment. You did good, she said casually, like it wasn't a big deal. Jack nodded once. You too. Felt natural. She gave a small smile before turning to talk to one of the assistants, leaving it at that. The next part moved quickly. Wardrobe assistants came in with measuring tapes, calling people one by one. Jack stood still while one of them took his measurements, arms slightly out as numbers were read out and written down. Chest, shoulders, inseam. Within minutes, it was done. Jack grabbed his backpack again and stepped out into the hallway, following the general flow toward the food area. Lunch was already set up in a large open section. Long tables were filled with trays of pasta, grilled chicken, salads, bread, and many other options, plus drinks. The area was somewhat crowded. Most of the cast were just standing and eating, while the sitting area was almost empty. Jack picked up a plate and went straight for the spaghetti and meatballs. He piled on a decent portion, grabbed a fork, and went to the sitting area. Hunger hit him the second he smelled the food. He found an empty spot and sat down. Finally, he muttered under his breath before taking a big bite. That was when he saw her. Willa was walking in his direction, plate in hand, scanning the table for a spot. Jack froze for half a second mid-chew. She's just having lunch. Relax. Not everything is about you. He looked down at his plate and took another bite like nothing was happening. Willa stopped near the same table. For a second, it looked like she might walk past him. She didn't. Instead, she stopped a few feet away, shifting her plate to one hand. Mind if I sit? She asked. Jack looked up from his plate, still chewing, and gave a small nod. Yeah, sure. Willa pulled out the chair across from him and sat down, setting her plate carefully on the table before tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. For a moment, neither of them said anything. The noise from the rest of the room filled the gap. People talking, trays clinking, someone laughing a little too loudly near the buffet. Just eat. This is normal. People eat lunch together all the time. Jack focused on his food, taking another bite of spaghetti like it required his full attention. He could feel her presence across from him, but he didn't rush to fill the silence. It wasn't awkward exactly, just unfamiliar. Willa picked at her salad for a second, then glanced up at him, studying his expression like she was deciding how direct to be. She didn't hesitate for long. Your first kiss scene. Jack let out a short chuckle, shaking his head as he swallowed. Yeah, I guess everyone could tell from my face earlier. Willa smiled, leaning back slightly in her chair as she took a sip of her drink. You hid it better than most people would have. I've seen full-on panic before. Jack twirled his fork through the pasta, considering that for a second before looking up again. Oh, there was panic. Just internal. Willa laughed softly at that, the tension from earlier almost completely gone now. Good. That makes me feel better, actually. Jack raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk forming. What, you were worried I'd be completely fine with it? Willa shrugged, glancing down at her plate before stabbing a piece of chicken with her fork. You looked calm. That's usually a bad sign. Either someone is really confident, or they're overthinking everything so hard they've gone completely still. Jack nodded slowly. Second one. She smiled again, this time a little more relaxed, and took a bite before speaking. Same here, by the way. Not my first kiss scene, but still, different. Yeah, I've seen that indie movie Sunlight in the Garden. If I remember correctly, you have 6 kissing scenes with that blonde girl. Jack leaned back slightly, resting his arm on the table. Because of the setup or because of me? Willa glanced at him, amused by how casually he said it. Both, probably. New cast, new dynamic. And she paused for a second, like she was choosing the right word, not what I expected. Jack tilted his head. Good, not what I pictured, or bad. She shook her head lightly. Jury's still out. Jack huffed out a quiet laugh and looked back down at his plate, taking another bite before speaking again. That's fair. He looked up, a small grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. Wait, don't tell me. You were expecting some brooding method actor who only speaks in character and carries a mysterious black notebook everywhere. Willa laughed outright, covering her mouth for a second with the back of her hand. Close. I was picturing someone who'd quote Shakespeare at the craft services table and insist on staying in accent between takes. Jack leaned forward slightly, mock serious. I can do that if it helps. To be or not to be, that is the question, whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, he trailed off, then broke character immediately. Nah, too much work. I'm more of a pass the ketchup kind of guy. He's funny. Willa's smile widened, her shoulders relaxing fully now. Thank God. I was already mentally preparing my polite escape plan. Jack gave a small nod, satisfied. Good. Crisis averted. You're stuck with normal me for the rest of lunch. She picked up her fork again, still grinning. I think I can live with that. Willa watched him for a moment, then leaned forward slightly, resting her forearms on the table. So what's going on in your head about it? Be honest. Jack hesitated just long enough to show he was thinking about how much to say, then shrugged. Honestly, the scene itself isn't the problem. It's everything around it. Her eyes narrowed slightly in curiosity. Meaning? He exhaled quietly, tapping his fork once against the plate before setting it down. Cameras, crew, timing, marks, not messing it up, not making it look awkward. And, he paused, then added more casually, I've got a girlfriend, so there's that conversation waiting for me too. Willa blinked once, then leaned back in her chair again, processing that. Ah, yeah, that'll do it. He gave a small, resigned smile. Yeah, she nodded slowly, a more understanding look settling in now. She's not in the industry, I'm guessing. Jack shook his head. No, completely normal life. Willa let out a soft breath, almost sympathetic. That's going to be a fun explanation. Jack smirked, picking his fork back up. Can't wait. She watched him for another second, then smiled faintly and went back to her food. For what it's worth, we'll keep it professional. Just hit the mark, do the scene, move on. Jack nodded, meeting her eyes briefly. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. She gave a small, confident nod in return. We'll be fine. Jack relaxed a little more at that, the last bit of tension easing out of his shoulders as he took another bite. Yeah, he said, quietly, more to himself this time. We will. ... Meanwhile, Dunphy House. Haley's confession. Haley sat upright on the Dunphy couch, hands resting neatly in her lap, like she was trying very hard to be taken seriously. So, I graduated. A small, proud smile slipped through before she added, with B's and C's. She nodded once, firmly, like it deserved recognition. Which, in my family, is basically like graduating magna cum laude. She paused, then blinked. I don't even know what that means. I heard Alex say it once and it sounded important, so, yeah. Haley leaned forward slightly, her tone softening as she started counting on her fingers. Dad was happy as usual. He actually looked proud of me, which felt really good. Mom cried. Luke asked if this meant I was secretly a genius. She let out a quiet laugh, shaking her head. And Alex. Haley paused again, amused just thinking about it. Alex looked at my report card and I swear she almost fainted. Like her brain just could not process it. She kept checking my name to make sure it wasn't some kind of clerical error. She smiled to herself, softer this time. But I worked really hard for those grades. Like, actually hard. She nodded once, more to herself than anyone else. Not, I skimmed it and hoped for the best, hard. Like real effort. Her voice dropped slightly. And yeah, Jack helped. A lot. A fond smile crept in before she continued. He made me study consistently, which is rude, but effective. We kissed and made out after every session, and he never crossed any boundaries. She paused, her expression warming. That just made me fall for him even more. A quiet moment passed before she straightened a little. So yeah, I earned it. Then her expression shifted. But then, my mom got so excited, she basically decided my whole future in one afternoon. Haley sat up straighter and mimicked Claire's fast, determined tone. We're applying here, here, and here. This is your major. This is your path. Look at these brochures. The impression faded, and so did the smile. But the thing is, I don't want to go to college. She shrugged lightly, honest and a little unsure. I tried to picture it. Classes, lectures, dorms, and it just doesn't feel like me. Leaning forward again, she spoke more quietly, more like she was admitting it to herself. I like fashion, styling, blogging. And, I don't know, lifestyle stuff. Building something that's mine. She let out a small breath. I don't have to worry about my dad. He's cool with whatever I want to do. He'd probably support it. But try explaining that to my mom right after she cried over my report card. Haley winced slightly. Timing felt dangerous. Then her expression brightened. So I called Sarah. She nodded, like that alone had taken courage. Jack's mom. Another nod. That was terrifying, by the way, because she's smart and elegant and always looks like she knows exactly what she's doing. Haley laughed softly. But she didn't judge me. She actually listened. Her eyes lit up now. And then she offered me an internship. At one of her boutiques. She leaned forward, excitement starting to take over. Like a real boutique. Celebrities shop there. There are pro stylists and influencers. It's a big brand. She started counting again. I get paid. I get experience. And I even get commission on whatever I sell. Her grin widened. So basically I get to work in fashion, learn about the industry, gain experience, and make money doing it. She paused, then drifted a little, her voice turning dreamy. And who knows, maybe one day Jack and I will be doing a fashion shoot together. Like those steamy ads you see on TV and in magazines. We'll be on billboards, airports. Jack and Haley. She smiled to herself, completely lost in her own world, as her imagination ran wild as usual. The ultimate power couple. A beat passed before she blinked back to reality. Did I find my spark? She tilted her head slightly. Maybe. Then a big smile broke through, bright and certain. Am I excited? She nodded. Yes. Haley's confession end. ... Living room. What? Claire's voice came out sharp and loud, echoing off the walls. You aren't going to college. Phil immediately reached over and patted her back, gentle but quick, like he was trying to defuse a situation before it turned into a full explosion. Easy there, honey. Volume. Claire inhaled, pressing her lips together as she forced herself to lower her voice, though the intensity didn't go anywhere. She leaned forward slightly, eyes locked on Haley. You aren't going to college. Haley didn't shrink under it this time. She held her ground, lifting her chin just a little. I don't think it's right for me right now. Claire blinked, clearly trying to recalibrate. Haley, you just worked so hard to graduate. You turned things around. This is exactly when you're supposed to take the next step. Haley nodded once, like she understood that part. I know. And I did that for me, not just for college. I wanted to prove I could actually do it. Phil shifted his weight, glancing between them, trying to read where this was going. He stayed quiet for now. Claire folded her arms, her voice tightening again despite her effort to stay calm. Then help me understand what the plan is, because, not college, is not a plan. Haley exhaled slowly, then leaned forward, her voice more grounded now. I got offered an internship. Claire's expression didn't change. An internship where? Haley met her eyes directly. Preston Fashion. That landed. Claire's posture shifted almost instantly, the tension in her shoulders easing just a fraction as recognition clicked. Preston, as in Sarah Preston. Haley nodded. Yeah, Jack's mom. Phil's eyebrows shot up, impressed. Whoa, that's like fashion boot camp with a VIP pass. Claire didn't respond right away. She knew the name. Everyone did. Preston Fashion wasn't some random boutique. It was high-end, competitive, and very real. They have branches all over the world. Her voice, when it came, was quieter. That's a serious opportunity. Haley nodded again, a little more confidence slipping through. I'd be learning and working in one of their boutiques. I get paid, and I get commission too. Phil gave a small approving nod. You hear that, Claire? Our little girl has finally grown up. Now I can pass all my sales techniques and secrets to her. Claire shot him a quick look, then focused back on Haley, studying her more carefully now. And you want to do this instead of college? Haley didn't hesitate. I want to try this first. See if it actually fits me. Claire uncrossed her arms slowly, her fingers tapping lightly against her elbow as she thought it through. For a moment, it almost looked like she might accept it. Then her eyes narrowed just slightly. She narrowed her brows, her voice softer, but more pointed. You aren't doing this just to stay close to Jack, are you? The question hung there, heavier than the ones before it. Haley blinked, caught off guard for half a second. What? No. Claire didn't move. Haley straightened, a little defensive now. I mean, yes, I like being near him. Obviously, he's my boyfriend. Claire held her gaze. That's not what I asked. Haley exhaled, pushing a hand through her hair before dropping it back to her lap. This isn't about him choosing my life for me. This is me choosing something I actually want to do. Claire tilted her head slightly, still not fully convinced. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're making a major life decision that just happens to keep you close to your boyfriend, who is already very established and very driven. Phil shifted again, sensing the tension climbing. Claire raised a hand slightly, not breaking eye contact with Haley. I'm not saying Jack is the problem. He's great. This isn't about him being a bad influence. Haley's expression softened just a little at that, but she stayed firm. Claire continued, her tone careful but direct. I'm asking if you're making this decision for yourself, or if you're making it because it feels safe to stay near him. That hit deeper. Haley looked down for a second, then back up, her voice quieter but more certain. I thought about that. A lot, actually. Phil watched her closely now, his expression soft but attentive. Haley took a small breath. If Jack wasn't in my life, I'd still want this. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity, but I'd still want to be in fashion and lifestyle work. A quiet pause followed. Claire studied her face, searching for hesitation, for doubt, for anything that felt like uncertainty. What she found instead was something new, clarity. This is the first time she had seen that look in Haley's eyes. Claire exhaled slowly, some of the tension leaving her shoulders. And, you're sure you're ready to work in that kind of environment? It's not easy. It's competitive. People don't go easy on you just because you're starting out. Haley gave a small, determined nod. I know. Sarah told me the same thing. She said I'll probably mess up at first. Phil smiled faintly. Ah, classic learning curve. Haley glanced at him with a tiny smile, then looked back at Claire. But she also said that's kind of the point. Claire let out a quiet breath, her resistance softening further, though not disappearing completely. And college? Haley shrugged lightly. It's still there. I'm not saying never. Just, not right now. Phil nodded slowly, clearly liking that answer. That sounds reasonable. Delayed, not denied. Claire looked between them, then back at Haley again. For a long moment, she didn't say anything. Then she nodded once, slow and thoughtful. Okay. Haley blinked. Okay. Claire held up a finger slightly. Okay, but I'll be having a talk with Jack's mother about the paperwork. And if I see even a hint that this is turning into you just following Jack around, we'll revisit this conversation immediately, and you'll probably be going to the community college. Haley rushed over and hugged Claire and Phil. I love you, Mom, Dad. I promise I won't disappoint you. Phil smiled, looking proud of her daughter. But Claire was still unsure about her decision. A few days later, night. Haley lay sprawled across her bed, one leg hanging off the side. She was on her phone as usual. A lazy smile played on her lips as she scrolled up through her messages before typing again. Haley. So, about Disneyland eyes, you did promise me, mister. I'll totally take you if you pass, relieved face. Jack sat on his couch at home, one arm resting behind his head while his phone hovered above his face. He let out a quiet breath through his nose, already knowing where this was going. Jack. I remember. Cold sweat smile. I didn't think you'd actually pull it off that fast, though. Haley rolled her eyes dramatically, even though he couldn't see her, and sat up, pulling a pillow into her lap as she typed faster. Haley. Excuse me. I worked very hard for those B's and C's. Face with rolling eyes, that is academic excellence in my world. Jack smirked, shifting slightly as he propped himself up more comfortably. Jack. Fair point. I underestimated your power. Relieved face. Disneyland was part of the deal, so I'm not backing out. Haley's smile softened a little, but her fingers slowed as reality crept in. She hesitated for a second before typing again. Haley. Yeah, but how exactly are we doing that? Face with raised eyebrow. We're not exactly independent adults with freedom, yet. Jack stared at the message for a moment, his expression turning thoughtful as he ran a hand through his hair. Jack. Yeah, that's the problem. My parents are way too busy to go with me, and if I were to go, it's usually with security standing in as my guardians. Haley frowned slightly, chewing on her lower lip as she hugged the pillow closer. Haley. So, it's basically cancelled. Unamused. Cool cool cool, love that for me. I swear, I wish we were 18 already. Look of triumph. I would have just snuck out and gone anyway. Jack let out a small chuckle at that, shaking his head before typing again. Jack. You would absolutely get caught halfway down the stairs. Tears of joy. Your mom has sixth sense level awareness. Haley snorted quietly, flopping back onto her bed. Haley. Okay, rude, but also accurate. Loudly crying. Jack paused, staring at the ceiling for a second as an idea slowly formed. His fingers hovered over the screen before he finally typed. Jack. What? If your parents come with us. Haley blinked at her phone, sitting up again like she hadn't read it properly the first time. Haley. What? Deadpan face. Jack shifted forward, now fully focused as he continued. Jack. I'm serious. If parents go, then I can go with them. I can get permission from my parents and we can all go together without a problem. And I'll handle the tickets for everyone. So, no need to worry about that part. Haley's eyes widened slightly, her heart doing a small flip as she reread the message. Haley. Wait, like all of us. My mom, my dad, Luke, Alex, the Chaos Squad. Flushed. Jack smiled to himself, already picturing it. Jack. Yeah, full Dunphy experience at Disneyland. I feel like that's either going to be amazing or a complete disaster. Haley let out a quiet laugh, covering her mouth as she typed back quickly. Haley. It's both. It's always both. Tears of joy. But, wait, you'd really do that? Isn't the ticket too expensive? I mean, we can always go as a couple in 2 more years. So, you sure? Jack didn't hesitate. Jack. Yeah, I promised you, didn't I? As for the tickets, don't worry. I got it covered. Haley stared at the screen for a second longer than usual, something softer settling in her chest before she typed again. Haley. Okay, that's actually kind of perfect. Pleading face. Like suspiciously perfect. Jack smirked slightly, tilting his head. Jack. You're welcome. Relieved face. Haley bit her lip, already thinking ahead, excitement starting to build. Haley. Okay, but convincing my mom is going to be a whole mission. Loudly crying she's going to ask like 500 questions. Jack exhaled lightly, not sounding worried at all. Jack. Then we'll answer 500 questions. I'll talk to her too if needed. Haley smiled at that, her shoulders relaxing as she sank back into her pillows. Haley. You volunteering to face my mom head on is actually very brave. Relieved face. I respect it. Jack chuckled quietly under his breath. Jack. I've survived worse. Probably. Haley grinned, her thumbs moving quickly now. Haley. Okay, I'm actually excited now. Loudly crying sparkles. Like I'm already planning outfits in my head. Jack raised an eyebrow, amused. Jack. Of course you are. Haley rolled onto her stomach, kicking her feet lightly in the air. Haley. Don't judge me. Look of triumph. This is a big moment. Graduation plus Disneyland plus boyfriend equals main character energy. Jack smiled faintly at the screen, something warm settling in his chest. Jack. Yeah, it is. Haley paused, then typed one more message, softer this time. Haley. Thanks for not letting it get cancelled. Pleading face red heart. Jack looked at the message for a second before replying. Jack. A promise is a promise. Besides, once we somehow manage to convince your parents and go there, we're definitely sneaking out, and have a little time to ourselves, and then pretend we were lost. Cool. Haley smiled before replying. Haley. I'll have Luke distract them. Rolling on the floor laughing. Jack. Sounds like a plan. Saluting face. Haley stayed on her stomach, phone glowing in front of her as the conversation slowed into something softer, more comfortable. Her feet kicked lazily in the air while she scrolled up, rereading bits of what they'd just said like she wanted to hold on to the feeling a little longer. Haley. Okay, but real question, what rides are we hitting first? Face with raised eyebrow. Jack shifted on the couch, one arm still behind his head as he stared at the ceiling, picturing it. Jack. Space Mountain. No debate. That's non-negotiable. Haley scrunched her nose, already shaking her head even though he couldn't see her. Haley. Absolutely not, loudly crying. That ride is terrifying and you know it. Jack smirked, typing without hesitation. Jack, you'll survive. I'll hold your hand if you get scared. Relieved face. Haley rolled her eyes, smiling into her pillow. Haley, wow, how generous, risking my life and holding my hand. Face with rolling eyes. Jack, I'm basically a hero at this point. Haley laughed quietly, then shifted onto her back again, holding the phone above her face. Haley, okay fine, but only if we go on something cute after. Like the teacups or whatever. Pleading face. Jack, deal. We balance chaos with cute. There was a small pause after that, the kind that didn't feel empty. Just comfortable. Haley stared at his last message, then bit her lip slightly before opening her camera. She angled her phone, brushing her hair back quickly, fixing her shirt and softening her expression just a little. All right, I look good. She blew a kiss and took the picture. The picture came out natural, a little playful, just enough to make it feel like him. She stared at it for half a second, then hit send. Haley, since you're being nice today, here. Relieved face, camera with flash. Jack's phone buzzed. He blinked, then opened it, his expression shifting instantly when he saw the picture. Dang, she's so cute. I want to hug her and just. Arg, such a tease. A small smile pulled at his lips before he exhaled quietly. Jack, okay, that's not fair. Deadpan face, you can't just send that out of nowhere. Haley grinned, already typing back. Haley, what? It's just a picture. Smile with a halo. Jack shook his head slightly, still looking at it for a second longer than necessary. Jack, yeah, just a picture, sure. Haley rolled onto her side, hugging her pillow again as her thumbs moved quickly. Haley, your turn. Relieved face. Jack raised an eyebrow, already suspicious. Jack, what kind of picture are we talking about here? Haley hesitated for half a second, then typed anyway, a small smirk forming. Show me those abs. Haley, shirtless. Relieved face. Jack let out a quiet laugh, sitting up properly now. Jack, shirtless. That escalated fast. Haley buried her face in the pillow for a second, laughing before peeking back at her phone. Haley, it's for a personal experiment. Face with rolling eyes, bar graph, very scientific. Jack snorted softly, shaking his head. You nymph. Jack, oh yeah, what kind of experiment are we talking about? Haley, don't question the process. Look of triumph, just send me the pic. Jack leaned back again, staring at the screen with a faint grin. Jack, this sounds like a trap. Haley, it's not a trap, it's motivation. Relieved face. Jack exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair before looking around his empty living room. Jack, you're not letting this go, are you? Haley smiled to herself, hugging the pillow tighter. Haley, nope. Smile. Jack shook his head but stood up. He adjusted the lighting a bit using the smart remote. Then, he took off his shirt and snapped a quick picture. It was nothing dramatic, just a natural and casual shot, but it was enough. He stared at it for a second. Then sent it. Jack, there, your experiment better be worth it. Haley's phone buzzed. She opened it instantly, and for a second, she just froze. God, he's freaking hot. Then she buried her face in her pillow, kicking her legs harder this time. Haley, oh my God. Flushed. Jack smirked, already knowing that reaction was coming. Jack, scientific findings. Haley peeked at the screen again, biting her lip before typing. Haley, very successful experiment, highly recommend repeating. Relieved face, bar graph. Jack laughed under his breath, shaking his head. Jack, you're unbelievable. Haley, and you love it. Relieved face. Jack didn't reply right away. He just smiled faintly at the screen before typing back. Jack, yeah, I do. That slowed things down again, softer this time. Haley stared at that message for a second, her expression relaxing, something warm settling in her chest. She pulled the blanket up a little, getting comfortable. Haley, okay, I should probably sleep before Alex walks in and senses happiness. Loudly crying. Jack chuckled, lying back down. Jack, yeah, go sleep. Big day tomorrow. You've got to convince your parents. Haley groaned dramatically. Haley, pray for me. Pensive face. Jack, You'll be fine. Just don't start with, so I'm skipping college and going to Disneyland, in the same sentence. And I'll be there in spirit. Give me a call if you need me there. Haley laughed softly. Haley. Noted. Loudly crying. She paused, then typed one last message, softer than the rest. Haley. Good night, Jack. Heart. Jack looked at the screen for a moment before replying. Jack. Good night, Haley. Heart. Haley smiled, setting her phone aside before curling into her pillow, still replaying everything in her head, the picture, the trip and him. Across town, Jack placed his phone on his chest, staring up at the ceiling with a quiet exhale. Ah, crap, I chickened out. How in the hell do all these married celebs talk to their partner before doing a sex scene with another person? I couldn't even tell her about a simple kissing scene for the last 4 days. He mumbled to himself before sighing. Well, he actually started texting Haley to tell her about the kissing scene in the movie. But he just couldn't say it to her. He got up, put his phone in his pocket and decided to go to bed. /. Next day, Jack stood in front of the mirror, studying his reflection as if it might suddenly offer a better solution. It didn't. The same face stared back at him, carrying the same problem. He adjusted his shirt for the 3rd time, then ran a hand through his hair. He paused, frowned slightly, and fixed it again. He took a deep breath. All right, he muttered under his breath. You've done harder things than this. A brief silence followed. Have I though? He let out a quiet breath and leaned closer to the mirror, bracing his hands against the edge of the dresser. His reflection stared right back at him, calm on the surface, but he could feel the tension sitting just under it. You're just telling your girlfriend about a scene, he said quietly, trying to keep his voice firm. That's all. You're not confessing to a crime. His thoughts pushed back immediately. She's going to hate it and probably break up with me. Or she'll first yell at me, then break up with me. But, coming clean right now might be better than lying, and then when she goes to watch the movie with her family and the kissing scene appears, she'll freak out in the hall and then leave me. Ah, crap. What the hell, let's do this. He straightened up again, grabbing his phone from the dresser and checking the time. He was supposed to meet Haley in 20 minutes. Today, they planned to go out for a nice lunch after talking to her parents about the Disneyland trip. If things go well, that lunch is happening. If not, I have to eat alone while drowning in my tears. Enough time to overthink everything 10 more times. Great, he muttered, slipping the phone into his pocket. He grabbed his jacket, hesitated for half a second, then shook his head and headed out. Dunphy House. Jack slowed his cycle as he turned into the Dunphy driveway, his mind still running through every possible version of the conversation he was about to have. None of them ended peacefully in his head. Some ended with yelling, some with silence, and a few with Haley just walking away without saying anything. Yeah, great, he muttered under his breath. This is going to go really well. A basketball bounced loudly nearby, snapping his attention away from the spiral. Phil stood in the driveway with Luke, both of them mid-game, or at least something that looked like a game. Pass it, Dad, you're hogging, Luke complained, hands out and already moving into position. Phil spun dramatically, clearly enjoying himself more than necessary. I am creating space, Luke. This is called strategy. Phil's confession. Phil sat on the couch with a basketball in his hands, attempting to spin it on one finger. It wobbled for a second before dropping straight into his lap. He caught it quickly and cleared his throat, acting like that had been part of the plan. Today is a big day, he said, holding the ball up like it meant something important. I am going to teach Luke how to score 3-pointers. He nodded to himself, fully confident. Because last game, the junior basketball team lost. Badly. He winced slightly. And by badly, I mean the scoreboard looked like a typo. Phil leaned forward, lowering his voice like he was about to reveal a secret. But this time, things will be different. He pointed to himself with quiet pride. Why? Because I have a system. He tapped his temple. It is called PHIL. Phil raised his fingers one by one as he explained. P is for precision. You aim like you are sending a love letter to the hoop. H is for height. You arc the ball like it is trying to touch a cloud. I is for instinct. He paused for a second. which I believe I have naturally. Another small pause. Luke is still developing his. He lifted the final finger. An L is for luck. Phil shrugged, completely at ease with that part. Which is just skill wearing a disguise. He tried spinning the ball again, this time barely managing to catch it before it slipped away. So yeah, he continued, recovering smoothly, with my guidance, a little practice, and maybe a slightly shorter hoop if we can adjust that. He nodded, fully satisfied with the plan. Dunphy basketball is about to enter a new era. Phil's confession end. He took a shot. The ball hit the pole with a loud clang and ricocheted straight toward the road. Jack reacted without thinking. One hand shot out, catching the ball cleanly while the other kept the cycle steady. The motion was smooth enough that he barely slowed down. He glanced at the hoop for half a second, then flicked the ball back with a casual throw as he pedaled forward. The ball arced perfectly. Swish. Phil froze, then turned slowly toward Jack with wide eyes. That was so cool. Jack stopped the cycle, got off, and parked it on the side. Thanks. I've been practicing basketball for like 3 months now for my next movie. The ball bounced and Phil caught it. Phil looked genuinely interested. A new movie. That's awesome. What's it about? Action? Comedy? Do you play the hero who saves the day with killer basketball moves? Luke says, that'd be so cool. Phil smiled, I know, right? Jack gave a small, apologetic smile while he locked the bike to the rack. Sorry, Mr. Dunphy. If I tell you now, it's going to spoil the movie for you when you go to watch it. I don't want to ruin the surprise. Phil froze for a second, absorbing that, then pointed at him like he'd just uncovered something important. Oh, that's good. That's actually very good. Protecting the audience. Experience. I respect that. He lowered his voice slightly, leaning in like they were sharing a secret. But if I guess it correctly, you have to confirm it. Jack let out a small laugh, shaking his head. Nice try, but no. Phil straightened up, clearly not discouraged. Okay, I like this. Mystery project. I'm into it. Luke, who had been watching the whole exchange with growing impatience, stepped forward and held his hands out. Can you do it again? Jack blinked. Do what again? Luke pointed at the hoop. The shot. That was sick. Do it again. Phil nodded immediately, backing him up. Yeah, let's see if it was skill or a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. Jack took the ball from Phil and walked a few steps back, rolling his shoulders once as he lined up the shot. He bounced the ball twice, more out of habit than necessity, then looked at the hoop for a second longer. All right, he said casually. Here goes nothing. He shot. The ball arced cleanly through the air, spinning just right before dropping straight through the net again. Swish. Luke's mouth fell open. Whoa, that was sick. He looked up at his dad. Can you have him train me? Sorry, but no can do. Jack caught the bouncing ball and handed it over to Phil. Your dad has much more experience than my 3 months of training. So, listen to his advice and I'm sure you'd do much better than what I can teach you. Jack, Haley waved through the open window. And, Jack waved at Haley. I got very important things to talk to Haley. So, he pointed at the door. Can I go in? Yeah, go ahead. Have fun, Phil said with his usual smile. ... Inside the house. Jack knocked once on the door, then pushed it open. Haley stood near her mirror, adjusting her hair. She turned the second. She heard him, and her face lit up instantly. She was wearing a blue shirt and simple jeans, and that simplicity made her look more beautiful in Jack's eyes. Jack paused for half a second, taking it in. A small smile tugged at his lips. Okay, you look really good. Haley's smile widened like she had been waiting for that. I know, she said playfully, already walking toward him. She did not slow down. When she reached him, she jumped. Jack caught her automatically, his hand settling at her waist as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Hi, she said softly, already leaning in. Hey, he replied with a smile. Their lips met easily, familiar and warm. For a moment, everything else faded. All he could think of was her. After kissing for a few seconds, Jack pulled back. Not abruptly, but enough. Haley blinked, still close to him, her arms resting loosely around his shoulders. Hey, where are you going? She murmured, trying to lean in again. Jack shook his head slightly, keeping his hands steady at her waist. We need to talk. Haley froze for a split second. Then her eyes narrowed just a little, clearly unimpressed. Or, she said, tilting her head with a small smile, we could kiss for like 5 more minutes and then talk. Jack let out a quiet breath, almost smiling despite himself. Haley. She leaned in again, brushing her lips lightly against his before he could stop her, as if trying to negotiate physically. 5 minutes is not that long, she added softly. He pulled back again, more firmly this time. It is kind of serious. We really need to talk first. That did it. Haley's expression shifted almost instantly. The playfulness faded, replaced by something tighter and more uncertain. Her arm slowly slipped from his shoulders as she stepped back, putting a small space between them. Wait, she said quickly, her voice rising. Are you breaking up with me? Jack blinked as he was caught by surprise. What? No. Is this one of those speeches? She continued, her words coming faster. Her panic mode has been activated. The, you're amazing but, speech. Because I hate those. They are the worst. Haley, did I do something wrong? She pressed, her brows pulling together. Did I say something? Is this about the Disneyland thing? Because I can just fix it. He shook his head. It is not. You are not dumping me for Dakota, are you? She blurted out, her voice jumping again. Because that would be insane. Like actually insane. I love you and if you leave me now, I'm going to punch that skank. Jack stared at her for a second, completely thrown. Dakota. What? Haley kept going, her thoughts spiraling faster than she could filter them. Is this because of my breath? Oh my God, wait, do I smell bad? She leaned back slightly, bringing her hand to her mouth in mild panic. I brushed my teeth, I swear. Okay, maybe not after lunch, but it should not be that bad. Wait, do I smell? She sniffed her underarms. I knew it, I shouldn't have used Alex's body wash. Jack stepped forward and gently caught her arms, stopping her before she could keep going. Then he pulled her into him. She stopped mid-sentence as his arms wrapped around her, holding her close enough that she could not pace or spiral any further. Hey, he said softly, kissing the top of her head. Stop. Haley froze against him, her hands resting against his chest as she looked up, still tense. Jack took a small breath before speaking again, more clearly this time. I am not breaking up with you. Some of the panic left her eyes, but not all of it. And no, Dakota and I are just friends. Nothing more than that. We've gone out for ice cream once and she came to see me when I was injured. I've already told you that back then, remember? You wanted to punch me with a cute pout, but I was already hurt, so we decided that you get to punch me twice after I got better, and I shouldn't have reminded you of that. My bad, he continued, holding her a little tighter like he wanted that part to land properly. And no, you don't smell bad. Your breath is fine. Did you eat a blueberry cheesecake without me? Haley blinked, her expression slowly shifting from panic to something softer, more embarrassed. Sush. Don't say it out loud. That was Alex's cheesecake. Jack chuckled at her reply, his forehead resting lightly against hers for a second. You naughty girl. I love kissing you. And I love just being like this with you, he added, his tone easing. So yeah, you can calm down. Haley stayed still for a moment, processing everything. Then she let out a small breath, her shoulders dropping as the tension finally drained out of her. Okay, she muttered quietly, her grip on his shirt loosening. She was still a little unsure, but no longer spiraling. Then why did you sound like you were about to ruin my life? Yeah, about that. I got a revised movie script a few days back, Jack started small. Okay, Haley nodded, her smile was back again. Sounds cool. So, what about it? There's a 30-second kissing scene. Jack finally dropped the bomb. Haley's confession. Haley sat cross-legged on her bed, staring ahead like she was still trying to piece everything together. Okay, so when a guy says, we need to talk, she pointed forward emphatically. That is not a neutral sentence. She shook her head, still bothered by it. That is a breakup sentence. Leaning forward, she continued, her voice picking up speed. He had this serious face, and he pulled away from kissing me. Which, by the way, he never does. So obviously my brain went straight to, this is it, my life is over, I'm getting dumped in my own bedroom. She started counting quickly on her fingers. I went through like 5 stages of panic in 10 seconds. Denial, anger, blaming Dakota fanning. She paused for a second, then gave a small nod. Which still feels valid. Letting out a breath, she gestured vaguely with one hand. And then it turns out, he's the one panicking. Her eyebrows lifted slightly. Because of a movie. She let that sit for a moment. A movie with a 30-second kissing scene. She shook her head. 30 seconds. Haley leaned back a little, folding her arms, not angry but clearly thinking it through. Look, I get it. He's an actor. It's professional. Cameras, lights, directors, people yelling, cut. It's not real. She tilted her head slightly, then pointed to herself. But also, I'm his girlfriend. She gave a small shrug. And I know he's a really good kisser. A brief silence followed before she added more quietly. Like, really good. She pressed her lips together, thinking. And this isn't the first time I've had to process something like this. When he told me he went to that new Baskin-Robbins with Dakota a few months ago. Her eyes narrowed just a little. I definitely thought something was going on. Then she quickly added, but he told me everything. About their first kiss, how he freaked out, how awkward it was, and how they didn't even talk for years until they became friends again. She nodded slowly, and I was like, okay. Fine. That's very mature. Next time, don't go alone. A small pause. But now, she leaned forward again, more intensely. 30 seconds. With another girl. Her voice softened a little. And yeah, it's acting, but what if she likes him? Her eyebrows lifted slightly as the thought settled in. What if she kisses him and goes, oh wow, I get it now, and suddenly I'm in some weird love triangle with a co-star? She stopped, then corrected herself quickly. No, wait. A quadruple. I'm pretty sure Dakota still has feelings for him. Haley sighed, the tension easing just a bit as a faint smile appeared. This is a lot for a Tuesday. Haley's confession. The silence stretched longer than Jack expected. Haley didn't react right away. She just stood there, looking at him, like she was still sorting through everything he had just said. Her fingers lightly twisted the edge of her shirt, a small habit that showed she was thinking harder than she let on. Jack shifted his weight, suddenly very aware of how quiet the room had gotten. Sue, he said, dragging the word out a little, trying to break whatever tension had settled between them. Haley blinked, like she was pulled back into the moment. She took a small breath, then nodded once, slower this time. I mean, okay, she started, her voice steadier now. First of all, I appreciate that you told me. Jack didn't move, watching her carefully. Like, you could have just not said anything, she continued, glancing at him briefly before looking down at the floor. And then I'd be sitting in a movie theater one day with popcorn, living my life, and suddenly you're making out with someone for 30 seconds on a giant screen in front of my whole family. She looked back up at him, eyebrows lifting slightly. That would have been traumatic. Jack let out a quiet breath, some of the tension easing out of his shoulders. He nodded. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to avoid. Haley gave a small, approving nod, like that answer passed some kind of test. Good, she said simply. A small pause slipped in again, but this one felt lighter. Jack tilted his head slightly, waiting. Okay, he said carefully. And, Haley held his gaze for a second, then her eyes narrowed just a little, curiosity creeping in. Is she cute? She asked. Jack blinked. What? Haley crossed her arms, completely serious now. The girl. The one you're kissing for 30 seconds. Is she cute? Jack narrowed his eyes. That's a trap question which I'll refrain from answering. Haley's expression didn't change, but something definitely clicked behind her eyes. What's her name? She said immediately. It's Willa Holland, he answered. Haley didn't even respond. She had already turned and hurried over to her bedside desk, grabbing her own phone like this had suddenly become a full investigation. I know her, she said quickly, fingers already moving across the screen. Wait, isn't she the girl from Gossip Girl who did that scene? She looked up at him, eyes widening slightly as she remembered. That little stripping thing with a blonde while some guy was taking photos. Jack opened his mouth, then paused, caught off guard by how specific that was. Yeah, he admitted. That's her. Haley looked back down at her phone, scrolling fast before stopping on something. Her lips pressed together as she studied Willa's face for a second longer than necessary. She lowered the phone slowly, her expression shifting into something thoughtful, a little competitive but not angry. Okay, she said, more to herself than to him. Jack watched her carefully, trying to read what was coming next and not liking that he couldn't predict it. Haley looked at him again, this time with a faint squint. She's pretty, she admitted. Another pause. Then her eyes narrowed just a little more, a hint of something sharper slipping in. But like, I'm prettier, right? Jack didn't even hesitate. Yes. Haley held his gaze for a second, checking for even the slightest sign of doubt. She didn't find any. Okay, she said, satisfied, nodding once like that settled something important. Jack let out a quiet breath he didn't realize he was holding. But Haley wasn't done. She stepped a little closer again, tilting her head as she looked up at him, her tone softer now but still very direct. So how exactly does this work? She asked. Like, are you just standing there and then suddenly, kiss? Jack rubbed the back of his neck, already feeling the awkwardness creeping back in. There's blocking, marks, and timing. The director tells us where to stand, how to move. It's all planned. Haley nodded slowly, processing that. And you're okay with it? She asked, quieter this time. Jack met her eyes. I'm okay with the acting part. I wasn't okay with not telling you. That landed. Haley looked at him for a second longer, her expression softening again. Good answer, she said quietly. Another small pause passed, but this one felt calm. Then, almost out of nowhere, she poked his chest lightly with her finger. Just so you know, she said, her tone shifting back to something more playful but with an edge underneath, if she gets any ideas because of that kiss. He blinked. Any ideas? Haley nodded once, completely serious again. I'm showing up on set. Jack stared at her. Haley folded her arms, lifting her chin slightly. And I will be very supportive, she added, then paused. From a distance, while judging her. Okay, that's cool. So, you sure you're okay with this? He asked one last time. You were an actor, so it's acting. I'm sure in the future there will be many movies where you'll be acting that have kissing scenes and all. And I don't want to be that girl who stands in the way of her boyfriend's career. So, yes, she nodded. I can somehow manage as long as you let me know. Jack didn't wait any longer. He stepped forward, pulled her into a tight hug, and kissed her again, slower this time. Haley melted into him almost instantly. Her hands gripped his shirt as she kissed him back without hesitation. Whatever tension had been sitting between them earlier faded, replaced by something warm and steady. After a moment, Jack pulled back just enough to look at her, a small smile still on his face. So you had lunch at home, huh? I thought we were going out. Haley blinked once, then twice. Yeah, she said quickly, nodding a little too fast. I mean, technically, yes. I just had a light pre-lunch before the actual lunch. You know, to prepare. Jack stared at her. Haley kept going, clearly digging herself deeper. Because going out on an empty stomach is dangerous. You make bad decisions, like ordering too much, or too little, mostly too much, though. Jack narrowed his eyes, his smile shifting into something more amused than convinced. You're a terrible liar. Haley instantly told the truth. I gained some weight. I checked today and... Jack blinked. What? Haley shrugged, avoiding his eyes for a moment. Not a lot. Just enough that I noticed. My jeans feel a little tighter, and I don't like it. He opened his mouth to respond, but... She continued before he could speak. So I decided to be responsible, she said, lifting her chin slightly as if trying to convince both of them. And eat healthy, like salads and things. That's why I was worried about my breath. I had onions in the salad. Jack's expression stayed amused, though there was a brief pause before he asked, and? Haley sighed, already knowing she was caught. And I got really hungry. He raised an eyebrow. Like really hungry, she repeated, pressing a hand lightly to her stomach as if to prove it. And there was this blueberry cheesecake in the fridge. Jack nodded slowly. Alex's cheesecake. Haley winced. Yes. And you ate it. She gave a small, guilty nod. A big slice. Jack tried to hold it in. He really did. But the laugh slipped out anyway. Haley pointed at him immediately. Don't laugh. This is serious. I'm trying, he said, still smiling. I really am. She crossed her arms, pouting slightly. I was going to call you earlier, but I was so hungry that I forgot everything except the cheesecake. It was like survival mode. So, sorry about the lunch. Then, right on cue, her stomach let out a very audible sound. And you're hungry, he said with a little chuckle. His stomach grumbled next. And you're also hungry, she said with a smile. We're really in sync, aren't we? Yeah, we are, Jack nodded. So, how about we go out and you eat anything you want, then starting tomorrow morning, you can start your diet properly. Haley took a deep breath. All right, let's go. She quickly prepared, then both of them walked downstairs. And so, the duo left the Dunphy house and made their way to the restaurant.